It's 4 o'clock. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Anyone back? I guess it's still no, we're late.
I'm back. Okay. Let's go on. Okay.
Recording is on.
Alright, so topic 1 is work continuity group payroll. So the primary issues discussing, well, there was a couple issues. One was just like not actually finishing the payroll calculations. So the amount was low. From there we have the efficient work. So there's issues with efficient work and output.
You're breaking, Jay. You're completely breaking.
You can't hear me?
Cannot hear you.
Unfortunate. Could it be the screen sharing? Is that better? Or the recording?
Yeah, it's better.
Alright, maybe it was the screen
It's
sharing.
better now.
Let's bet.
Okay, so just let me know if it's not working again. So we have issues with efficient work and output, and then we have issues, you know, I don't know if there's issues. I think it's more minor issues with the 1.5 hour assignments. So those are the main things. Let's go ahead and link the actual payroll.
Okay, let me link.
I got it. So this is the 12 degree east work continuity group auto payroll spreadsheet. Alright, and we are looking at 3.4 monthly base upfront payroll. Alright, so basically the current total comes out to 140 plus there's about $20, $23 of tokens, so you have $140. That could go up a little bit to if you did 100% publicly searchable communications. That would go up to oh no, it stays at 156.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And then there's also the $23 of tokens. So if he did sell his tokens, you're looking at somewhere in the range of 163 to 179. Plus you can also do, you know, reimbursements, you know, half year bonuses, paid leave, you know, etc., etc. And then we also have the possibility of you know, proposing for a loan. And this, that would be, you know, mainly because Miguel did not get the bonuses from before.
You're breaking.
Can you hear me?
No. I just get the word. Can you hear me? That's the only.
So you can hear me or not?
I can hear you now.
I can hear you.
So Miguel did not get any bonuses from before.
Miguel is what?
He didn't get any bonuses from before?
Which bonuses?
There was the half year bonus, and the $120 of back pay capital payouts, which is the last back pay. Remember?
Yeah, I remember this a half year bonus. There was a message he said he don't want for that by that. Is there any reverse if somebody does not want the payment at that moment? Do we have to go back there?
Everything has to be done by agreement, so it's only based on what we have agreement for. But the point is that we could propose a loan for extra bonuses within the bonus payroll if he wants to get paid more. But for me, overall, I reviewed all the calculations. I even did detailed calculations in relationship to the exact verification. Exact verification for full 100% pay, and it all works out minus the 10% for the HR board. So the fact that we give 10% to the HR board now, which is a new thing, that particular 10% has not been calculated in. So we do need to update the multiplier to include the HR board costs.
Time
Because
for breath.
those are
Please stop and
direct
get ready.
costs.
Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
So I'll put that as another possible topic. So yeah, so can you hear all that as far as verifying all of the pay processes?
So you say 156 is reimbursement? So that's a different. We got 140.23. What is that for? Is it for 112 degree? And what is 156 for?
Oh, this is the base pay, right? And then this is token value. Estimated token value. I guess this probably would go down a little bit since you would get more pay, but anyways, the point is that that's the current status of the payroll. We'll have to see what Miguel feels about it, but the bottom line is that everybody, even FQN, agreed with the 1.5 hours per week assignment. So I don't know what we can really do about that, but if we want to address that, we can with Miguel. But obviously, the efficient work and output, the whole purpose of SFC was to prioritize client work income and doing actual work output as our core value. You know, that's why we created SFC, is because people wanted to get paid for not doing anything, not doing work. They would just sit around, not do work, watch other people do work, not learn things, and not actually step up to do work and wanting full pay, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And it was destroying us. So we created SFC with the idea that the people in SFC actually do the work output. So Miguel's doing a good job, but is he doing, a full 100% full pay job? No, there are many, many things that are not meeting up to the expectations and standard of both the client and for the team. But that doesn't mean he's doing a terrible job. It just means that I don't know where he gets the idea that he should be expecting to get the full 100% pay when he's not meeting the full 100% criteria.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Well, you can wait an hour. We're still have at least an hour. So I don't know if Lucy or Martins, you want to add anything or what?
I try to navigate what was the complaint about. Because when we after FQN scratch, there was a policy whereby we have to sign it. You have to agree. And I think it's covered everything in that policy. I'm not going to the part of the legal. I'm going to exempt 1.5. I think Miguel also is aware about that. So I don't know what was his complaint.
Yeah. So I mean, my understanding is that we all agreed that the current policies and terms are correct and that he agreed to them. And so therefore the question is, are they correct? Do we need to change the policies? So that was my interpretation from Miguel, because he said he was willing to continue, he was willing to finish the calculations after we talked about it for a few days. So I don't know, we can hear from our teens, but again, my understanding is that Miguel does agree that these are the policies. He's just concerned about the policies in relationship to wanting to get paid more money and everything. So we can hear from our teens some and try to get understanding. But
Before we hear from Martin, I would like to know how much did the upfront payroll for 12 degrees for them? The client work that they brought. I think it always goes with what you have brought. Client work. According to the client, what was the final income?
yeah, I mean, the problem is that he did a lot of client work. He just did no output. So he just watched me and other people do work, and he himself, for example, he tracked an hour and a half on taxes, and he just watched you do taxes for an hour and a half for that one session that you came to, right? So he didn't actually do anything himself. So under our policies, if you don't do anything, the probability of getting more than like 25%, 50% value is very low, because you're not actually doing any work. You're just doing training and setup. So we require half of the work to be training and setup, and that doesn't even include actually the deadlines and actually doing the work by the deadlines and actually completing work, right? So I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense in terms of what, like, he was basically expecting. Oh, I just show up. We have a topic on client work, and then I get all of my pay. And it's like, well, no, you actually have to prioritize the client work and work on the client work to move forward.
Stand up and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
So I don't know why he wouldn't have understood that, but I think he did understand that. He just was not happy about it, right? I guess he forgot or something that is part of the calculations, and that's part of the requirements and the agreements, that you actually have to do work. You can't literally just sit there and do nothing and get full pay.
Yeah.
Anything else, Lucy?
No.
Shall we hear from Martin?
Hear from Martin.
Well, there is nothing much to say about it. It's just that I think what's important now is to focus on actually prioritizing doing the client work in a way that you get a full pay. Like you said, each time whenever client work have been addressed, I myself also focused on watching, learning instead of actually doing the work. You understand? So I think from what we agreed on, or we finally settled on yesterday, he understood the explanation quite well and is ready to adjust with it. So I think that has already been resolved. Even from our notes yesterday, we can see that. So I don't think there's any issue regarding that with Miguel. So he just understands that he needs to actually do the client work in order to get the pay, the full pay. So that is just it. So, and you did the calculation for us, he saw everything, he see what he's still going to get at the end of the day. But he's not actually doing efficient or the value core work that will bring the client work. So he has adjusted. Likewise, me too. So, and for me, going forward, I think my priority now, as much as I want to contribute to the progress of the organization, I want to ensure that I prioritize doing client work. I've taken time to understand the internal operations, how things are going. You understand? Initially I was thinking maybe I should take a month to do that. So taking a month to do that might not really help me a lot, because I need to do the work itself to ensure that I bring something onto the table for the team, for the organization to move forward. Check.
Great, yeah, and overall, I mean, it just makes perfect sense that unless we have a financial incentive for people to, one, prioritize client work income, and two,
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So as I was saying, unless we have a direct financial incentive for workers to, one, prioritize client work income for the organization, and then two, to actually stop doing training and actually start physically doing the work themselves, like literally doing the calculations, doing the writing, doing the summaries, doing the updates, doing the work, no one's ever going to do it, ever. There has to be an incentive to like, if you just pay people, we've done it, we've been there already. You just pay people, and regardless of whether they do the work, they're just not going to do it. We've seen it over and over and over again. This is not an office. This is a freelancer community from all over the world. We're all owners. People can do whatever they want. They can work whenever they want. There is no way to force people to do work. So unless there's a financial incentive, no one's ever going to do it. We've seen it for years and years and years and years and years, and it doesn't happen. And I think Lucy is a perfect example of someone who for many, many, many years really did very, very little. And even in just the last few months, something clicked with Lucy where she started understanding what the deliverables were and what it means to actually complete work and do the client work. And she's starting to get paid like double what she got before, and that could even get tripled, even quadrupled very soon if she continues on that trajectory of just doing the work. Even when you don't know how to do it. Like, Lucy doesn't know how to do the work at all. And it just doesn't matter. She just figures out and finds the client work organizing spreadsheet, and then doing the work organizing training, and finding the training links and asking questions and working through it. And who cares that you don't know how to do the work? You figure it out. One step, one session, one day at a time. And you don't worry about getting it done immediately, because it takes time. It takes 1.5 hours per week for many weeks, sometimes for many months, to complete the work. And you don't worry about that. You just put one foot in front of the other and get focused on the client work and start working towards your output. And then it works if people do that. But it's very hard to get people willing to do that because it actually takes effort. People would obviously prefer to get paid without having to do the work, So anyways. Check. Lucy, Martins, anything else you want to add?
Time for breath. Please
What
stop
I just
and
want
get
this
ready.
for, what I
Now
want to,
inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale.
What I
1,
want to
2,
do.
3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
So for me, in addition to what we've been discussing so far, and I'm making myself very clear to everyone, and henceforth I want to learn to actually do the work. That will be my focus. Even in sessions and everything, I want to learn actually doing the work.
Yeah.
This is a freelance community, not an organization. So the incentives are there. So I want to learn actually doing the work.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah, and the step to do that is very, very simple. You get the name of the work. You have the categories of work. You have the name of the specific work priorities that you want to work on. And then you get the clear names of the responsibilities and the links to the responsibility trainings, the links to the process trainings, right? And then you need to ask them and prioritize and schedule them, and then review them. You can do the training videos and everything. So just make sure that it's not just, oh, I want to focus on actually doing the work. Oh, I want to focus on the client work income. You need specific names. Like, for example, yesterday you said, I want to work on the bills, the fortnight bills every 2 weeks, right? I want to work on the multimedia, updates that we need to do for every session, right? So start, the more you can talk about specific work, the better. Because when people just talk in general, it's like, oh, I generally want to do work, then there's nothing happening, right? It's just all about specific individual assignments, and then getting focused on those assignments, asking questions, and following through with it, and then the work flows from that. All right?
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you.
And for me, as far as like the loan goes, like I don't know whether the loan would pass through the HR board and all that, but if you know Miguel wants to take on a loan within the co-op, I'm not against it if Miguel wants to propose that the co-op takes on a loan from the client. But I would just say that it should be, you know, equivalent loan to what workers got from before. So that would include somewhere in the range of like $40, etc., based on the amounts that everybody got from before. So if he got an extra $40, that would bring his pay potentially above $200, which is, I mean, it just seems in some ways seems high to me, but it's like whatever. It's certainly in the range of something reasonable. So if he did propose
Time
that,
to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
if he did propose that, I would agree to it, but only in a small amount, right? I don't think I would approve like, you know, $300 loan right now. You know. Anyways, I think we're good on this topic. Anything else?
I have a question. I think there was a document I saw you guys pay Miguel $30. When was that?
Yeah, Miguel was not in the budget last month, so Miguel was not in last month's budget. So this was the 164 degree, right? The 164 degree moon month, and so so we did the token payroll, and so because he was not in the budget, he got a lot of tokens, and then he chose to sell all his tokens, and that equated to $79. So for last month, for all of his time that he spent for last month, he got paid $79, and he sold all of his tokens that he got for last month. And then so this month he was in the budget, and the budget comes out to somewhere between 163 and 176 with his tokens. So I think that makes a lot of sense that he's getting more money than just the value of his tokens last month. But it's obviously, if you don't have any upfront pay, the value of your tokens is going to be a lot higher than if you get upfront pay, because when you get upfront pay, it cuts the number of tokens that you get, you know.
No, that is. Oh my God, I don't know whether I can get the document. I saw a note showing there was $30 that Miguel gets paid after when he was getting it back. He was given a $30.
You mean when he first came back when we started SFC like 6 months ago or 3 months ago, 4 months ago?
I think that was exactly a part of that project.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When everyone got their bonuses and their back pay for the capital payouts, we approved we approved the amount of money, right, that included potentially paying Miguel. But then when it came to the payroll, when we approved the actual amounts, Miguel did not participate, and he didn't communicate with us, and he didn't follow through with it, and so he was never approved to actually get the payment. And we gave the $30. There was $30 that we sent to Abu Bakar instead. So the money's gone. So the money that we budgeted for Miguel, because it wasn't approved in the payroll, we instead approved it to spend on Abu Bakar. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know why it was him and Sandra. I don't know whether was it a bonus. There was
Sandra sold her
Time to
tokens.
take a break. Please stop. Write
Yes,
down
before
whatever
that,
you were
it
about
was
to
like
say
before
and
the
take a break
Sandra
for
sold
6
the
minutes.
token and even Miguel, they were to come and talk and say what they're going to do for client. It was about AMCAS. I think both of them, they choose not to talk. That is why they did not get that payment by then.
All right. Anyway, so I'm not really here to hear like maybe, mights, this, and that. If you know something, verify it. Send us the link. Verify it. This is the information that I can verify. But as far as information that's not verifiable, I think we should just take a break. And when we come back, maybe get to the next topic.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going for break.
Yeah. Let's take a break, and then we go to the next topic.
Yeah, good.
And we might want to address some of the HR board stuff. We have a couple things to the HR board. Oh, anyway, we'll see when we get back. Yeah. Break.
5 minutes. Come back, cousin.
I'm back. So before we go to the next topic, I want to raise this up. While we were discussing about this issue of patient board pay, Miguel's cases,
And the break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
I want to bring this up. It's actually between me and Jay. I could remember when I first got to know about the organization. It was at the time they were having disputes and they needed someone that could facilitate a meditation session with them. And I could remember we spoke at length on Upwork, but along the line, one or two things happened which I felt I should draw back a little bit. But I could remember Jay said that I should state my hours that I've interacted with the organization, that even if I said I was not going to proceed with the contract, that there would be a pay for me. And I think I initiated that conversation. I stated what my actual hours were based on the agreed payment, but I didn't get to hear from Jay afterwards. So I left it. Not until months later, I assume probably that it was as a result of the heat of the tension going on. I said, fine, since he has not signed any agreement with me on Upwork to employ me, there is no need to persist in pushing what he said that he is going to do for me regarding P. So I want to say, is there still reconsideration for me on that, or she just let everything to go by, since everything was about the previous organization before this one, and since it's a new organization, can we just, I want to ask Jay about that. What's the stake about that, and what is there anything the organization has for me, I mean the new organization, regarding law enforcement? Jay?
Yeah, we can look into it and see what we can find. It should also be on Upwork. The thing that I don't necessarily remember is ever actually doing a Upwork approval, right? Like actually approving the Upwork agreement, right? So the whole context of the mediator was that we needed to get agreement from the team to accept the mediator, and that never happened. So we did an agreement on the mediator budget. So my understanding of the previous FQN status of Martine's involvement. So we got agreement on the mediator budget.
Stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So in other words, we agreed that we could hire Martines, but then we required agreement from the team to approve the mediator, and that never happened. So we never got agreement from the team to have you be the mediator, so then we never approved your Upwork.
I think there was a vote that was passed, and the vote, you shared it with me. I have the conversation on Upwork. I can't get it now.
Yes, the vote did.
I think it was 6.9. So
yeah, I mean, I have it right here. It says 7.33. I don't know. 6.9 seems low, but the point is that it did pass. We approved that we would hire you, but it required to have approval from the team, and so we didn't get approval from the team to actually do the interview and actually move forward with the recruitment, even though the actual proposal did pass. And it was kind of irrelevant as well, since you yourself said that you didn't want to do it anymore.
Yes.
But the bottom line, I don't think there was ever agreement on the payment, right? So
Actually, what I'm
Martinez.
stressing out, you said that for by interaction with the organizer, because you sent some document to me then, I was reviewing the document, I was reading through, so for the interaction, even if I didn't actually get hired, that for my involvement, interacting with the organization, I was going to be a pay. I think that policy still follows down to the new organization now. Even if you are a potential hire, the times that you were communicating with the organization, doing one or two things, you'll be paid for that. So that is what I'm actually
Yes, yes.
talking about.
So
I think that,
so that comes into the stages. So stage one is basically finding us, right? Stage two is your initial temporary recruitment hire proposal, right? And getting this approved, right? So stage two is 100% on Upwork, right? Stage one is 100% on Upwork. Then stage three is where you do your interview, your pop, your evaluations and questions and meet the team. Get on Discord. So this is
1, 2, 3, pause. Inhale together.
I stop
1,
at stage
100%
2, 3.
external from
Exhale,
Upwork,
relax.
and this is paid work regardless if you get hired. But this is before you get hired, so you get tokens and ownership value. So you do get tokens and ownership value, but we haven't hired you yet in stage 1 and 2. There's no agreement to pay someone up front before they get hired. So the moment you get hired and you go off of Upwork, that's where we get agreement to pay somebody. Does that make sense? Like in the next stage where you actually go and do your interviews and your pop and your evaluation, like that part where you're no longer on Upwork, if you do not get hired, we will pay you for your interview, for doing your pop, for actively engaging external to Upwork. But under the Upwork agreements, if you are only on Upwork and you're only communicating through Upwork based on whether we're going to hire you or not, it's not a there's no agreement to pay you yet. Does that make sense?
Yes, okay.
Yeah. And the same thing has happened with a couple people we have now. So Ines, for example, is very interested in working with us. I don't know if they responded to any of our messages, but oh no, maybe it's Anam. I think it's Anam. So Anam is very interested, or Ines, Anam and Ines, I don't know. But anyways, we approved them. So we approved these workers, but they could never schedule to do the interview and show up. So they never actually showed up. So even though we approved their proposal, they were never able to schedule their interview and show up on time. And so there's no payment there. We never approved their agreement, and they never actually got off Upwork. So hopefully in the future they will schedule with us and take responsibility for their interest in being involved, and then because we already approved them, we can immediately bring them into the session and pay them. But as of now, they just because we approve you, if you don't show up to the interview, we're not paying you for the interview when you didn't even show up. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, yes, no. So I think I stopped at stage 2.
Exactly.
Have tokens and ownership value.
Yeah, but you can track all that time, and we can issue all of that token value.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And Lucy is working on those past token payrolls, and I don't know exactly where you'll come into that, but we do have a lot of details here. It looks like it's around March, April. So in March, April, there should be value for Martines in those token payrolls. Okay?
Yeah.
And we can verify that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Please note that, Lucy, when you get there.
Yeah, everything will be ready when you will say.
For sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we can proceed to the next topic.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it's good to note here, I do have in this proposal for I have a proposal for new recruits on platforms, publicly searchable platforms. This proposal right here, I actually want to change stage 2 to be paid, right? So under our new policies, stage 1 is zero, no pay, right? Stage 2 is currently no pay, but I'm proposing to be 25% pay. And then stage 3, under our new policies, is 50% pay. And then you go to stage 5. So stage 3 and 4 are 50% paid. Stage 3 and 4. Stage 4 is the legal process. Stage 5 is going to be where you go into 100% pay. Okay, so or 100% pay in relationship to your. I don't know. I can't remember if we agreed to the training pay or not. I just don't know. But either way, the point is that when proposing that stage 2 is paid, and that it would be paid through at 25% to do public communication. So that's a new proposal in relationship to the new recruits on platforms through publicly searchable communications, that we would have to pay them to get them off of Upwork and get them into publicly searchable communications. And then to continue with stage 2 as a paid worker. But anyways, that would be a separate thing, and that would be the 25% value. So anyways, if we're done with topic 1, we could get into another topic.
Yeah, we are done with topic 1.
Okay. So that's cool.
Which topic should we do next? I would propose to do, some of these HR board stuff.
Yeah, for HR,
Time
but
to
I really
stretch.
like to,
Please
to
stop.
figure out.
Stand
because
up and stretch and move
we did
around
not
for 30
include that.
seconds.
Yes, it's required to go through the HR board in regard to payroll.
You're talking about the multiplier. So this is the 10% multiplier on the HR board. I think that can just be approved by, with the async proposal. The only other option is that all the workers have to work more hours to make up that 10%. But I think the better thing to do is to pass that cost off to the client, and that the client has to pay the extra 10% for the HR board, and that the workers do the same amount of work. So under our current policies, it's 1.5 hours per assignment per week, right? Or per day. And so if you do the extra 10% for the HR board, it actually is 1.65 hours per work assignment and per day. So to keep the 1.5 hours, you really need to move the 10% into the multiplier and pass the cost off to the client, right? So you pass the cost to the client. So this is a very simple proposal. We could just say, we approve I put it into the proposals already, and it just says that we approve the addition of 10% value of HR board to the multiplier, but then we need to go into the multiplier and work everything out and change all of the amounts so that it all is correct. And then we'll need to reapprove the multiplier itself. So that'll just be work, and then we also need to add the newly updated multiplier to the new payrolls, which we haven't done yet either. And that's important for the token and for other things. So I definitely want to see the multiplier be, improved. But I don't think we necessarily need to prioritize the topic. For me, the top priority is Alice. I feel like Alice should get voted on.
Sorry, Jay. My question is, what happens if you have many HR boards? Then they're getting 10% on everything, let's say on SFC and on WC. If the amount is less, how will they survive?
I don't understand.
How would you what?
What's the question? I don't understand.
How are they going to, like, let's say for example on SFC we got like $20, 10% of what we work for, and maybe they are like 5 of them. Are they going to still divide this $10 into 5 of them? $2, $2 each? Or is there any way you can just find a way to pay the HR board?
Okay.
I don't really understand what you're saying. I think we're getting into
Time
topic
to
0 here,
pause.
but the
Please
bottom line is
stop.
that the
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3.
No, I'm asking
allotment-
about, like, what
Open
happens
your
if
the
eyes.
we
the
have
allotment
HR?
the allotment, when we budget the allotment every month, the allotment maxes out the amount of money we can spend on the HR board. So in the allotment, it states, the maximum for the HR board allotment is 10% of the overall budget for all of the team workers, right? So it's not possible to have an HR budget that's more than 10%, right?
Okay.
So the calculation works out perfectly within the allotment. We never ever are going to allot an HR budget more than 10%. Does that make sense, Lucy?
And also, still another thing, Jay. On reimbursement, we have the percentage that we work, we still have to show the HR board. Why? Can you find another way of reimbursing the HR board?
Possibly we might be able to, within the 10%, we might be able to, reimburse the HR board within the 10%. It's possible, depending on how that works out between the teams and how much value the teams are doing. But either way, the point is that we're responsible to doing the HR board budget, the HR board payroll, the HR board reimbursement, and other costs first before we pay ourselves. That's the agreement that we've made with the HR board.
Yeah, even if it is agreement, I have no problem. But I have the problem whereby we work the amount that is allocated for reimbursement, we still have to show the HR board equally. Why? We do the calculation for them still. On upfront pay, we also get 10% of them. You kind of look into this. At least it's gonna be important. Let us understand how this reimbursement for HR board is done as well.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we can discuss that as a topic if you want to. I also feel that overall, 10% might be high. I mean, we could say, we don't need 10% of all work value being the HR board. Maybe 5% is more than enough, right? So it really just depends on the number of workers you have. As you get more and more workers in a bigger and bigger budget, the percentage that goes to the HR board goes less and less because you just don't need more HR board members for more workers, right? So if we had 100 workers, we wouldn't need 10% HR board, So anyways, I see what you're saying. We can review the reimbursement and the other costs, but overall what we're saying is that the HR board is getting 10% of all value.
Inhale, 1, 2, 3. Exhale, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Pause. Inhale together. 1,
just
2,
quick thing
3.
I need to add
Exhale,
on that.
relax.
Let's say, for example, because the team, if someone do client work and we have somebody like Mamoon, I'm being specific because I'm with him in the same team, and he's not even doing a single client work. And by the end of the day, even reimbursement, he still have to get the reimbursement. Why?
Who's getting the reimbursement?
According to our policies, it said if you do no client work, no pay. Why should the reimbursement is still somebody who's not doing the client work still get reimbursement?
Are you talking about the HR board?
Talking about Mimon, the same Mimon is not doing client work and is still getting reimbursement. And the policy says if anyone is not doing client work, there should not be any form of pay that goes to that
Because
person.
you are
That's what
responsible for your team. You need to stop thinking about yourself and focus on your team, right? So, for example, Martins, if you are on the same team as Miguel, right?
I want to be there.
What?
I said I would love to work with Miguel.
Well, we're all working together. We're all part of the work continuity group, right? But there's two separate teams. There's the old world team and there's the new world team. And right now they have separate budgets and separate payrolls. If we combine them, which is perfectly fine if we wanted to do that, we can discuss that. a new worker is going to have, if a new worker is in the same budget as an old worker, the old worker is subsidizing the new worker because you're going to get value as long as the team in the budget is bringing in money for the client work income. Some of that money is going to go to the new worker regardless, right? So in this context, that's part of the reason why Miguel chose to have a separate old world budget, right? So I don't know if that's a good decision or not. There's a lot of good decisions of why you just have one work continuity group budget versus separating it between new and old world. But eventually, we know we need a separate old world budget for the work continuity group. It's unfortunate that Nicholas didn't work out, but we need to hire more people for old world and it be functional, interdependently from new world, right? So, but anyways, while we don't have that, we could easily combine Martins and Miguel into a single budget, which we can discuss for next month, right? If people want to do that. Immediately when you're on the same budget in the same team, you're sharing all value, right? So one worker doesn't even have to do any client work at all, and the other worker can do only internal operations, and you can share the value of that.
Close your eyes. Count.
Right?
1, 2,
so there's no
3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
There's no requirement for every individual worker to do client work. It's only required that the team does client work to get income to pay the payroll. So in that context, if Mamoon is not pulling his weight, and Lucy's doing all the client work, and Mamoon's getting money from Lucy's client work and taking money from Lucy, and then Mamoon's not doing internal operations and not doing his fair share, the solution is called firing a worker who's not meeting their expectations. The idea of keeping a worker on your team who's not meeting your expectations is basically just stupid for any normal business, right? If we're in business and people are required to do work and they're not doing it, you fire them. And so if people are unwilling to fire them, then you can continue to subsidize the workers who aren't pulling their weight. And it's perfectly fine to do that as well.
But on firing day, you understand we have the policies that you cannot just fire anyone according to our policies.
What do you mean? You can propose to fire anyone at any time. It needs to be agreed upon.
Okay.
And the HR board has to agree upon it. That's a policy. The policy is agreement. There's nothing in our policies that say you can't fire somebody. You just have to get agreement on it.
I think what I would just say to Lucy is that we need to talk with Memo to try to cooperate to work with you. If you, as Jay said, if you want to focus on client work, fine, and he wants to focus on internal operations, fine. There should be an agreement between the two of you as a team.
Yeah.
Talk with him, get an agreement.
I tried so much, Martin, to talk with Mamoon. There is one thing that I don't like. When you work with somebody watch at you like he's a new recruit. You are doing everything you explain up to the last. Even the payroll that I've been there seen. I've been out of it when I found him back there. It's still, if I'm working with him on payroll, I Lucy make a document, I do this up to the last. You expect somebody next month is going to follow exactly what you are doing. He's doing opposite. Even if you ask to do, that's why I discourage having a session. It's just those are the reason. There is no need of me going there. I have to do the work, but I have to explain like a new recruit like you. That is somebody that has been there. He got more interest. The only interest coming, buddy team, Lucy and Jay, Mamoon, and no sure. I don't know the work as they say. I just sat down and I realized as long as the responsibility of organizing is clear, even you, Martin, you don't
Time
need
to take a
you
break.
only need
Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
Where you go is wrong or right. But Mamoon does not like that. Even if you talk to him, Mamoon doesn't care. He's just somebody, he's just there.
Yeah. So in that same way, I have the same issue with you, Lucy, where it's like I can say 100 times over the solution is recruitment, and you're just going to ignore me because you do not work on recruitment. You don't want to work on recruitment. You don't want to recruit other people. It's fine. It is what it is. But it's like I do all the recruitment myself, and it's like no one else helps me with that, and it sucks. So it's just like we have to deal with it. You know, it's like if you don't want to fire Mamoon, then you just have to deal with it. That's it, right? It's just like we hire someone else. There are solutions to this. We do recruitment. We hire people who do want to do the work, and you get rid of people who don't want to do the work. That's the solution. And if you don't want to do that, then we just have to continue dealing with the current situation, which is that you have people who don't do the assigned work, and it just is what it is. You know, we're a community. We're not a for-profit, you know, greedy business that doesn't care about people. So I don't care about paying people as long as we're not paying people to not do work anymore, right? So in my mind, as long as we're not doing all the capital payouts and all the things in the past that was just completely out of control, and we're only paying people for the actual work that they're doing in relationship to the client work for the team, everything will work out and we will be successful. But the moment we start paying people more money than we're actually doing for the value of the client work, it's no longer acceptable. And it's not like we're paying Mamoon a lot of money. It was like, what, $20 or something like that last month?
Okay.
And it's $30 a lot.
30 bucks.
Somebody's not working is a lot.
I mean, I agree. So the solution is not even focusing on Mamoon. The solution is either firing him directly or focusing on recruitment and finding someone who can do the work. That's the solution. Because we can sit here all day long, all day tomorrow, all day next week for the next 50, 100, 200 hours talking about Mamoon and getting nothing done. It happens over and over and over again. People just want to talk and complain about other people and focus on the money and just complain, problems, instead of just doing the work, which is the recruitment and hiring someone new, right? And doing the rankings.
I'm not complaining. I'm just raising my concerns.
Great, but the concerns are perfectly fine. I'm telling you what the solutions are, and we don't do the solutions. So, and it's not like this is anything new. We've talked about this over and over and over and over and over again about the problems with the Mamoon, and we know they exist. So another solution could be to recruit Martins. You could promote Martins into the SFC team, and then we could demote Mamoon down into the work continuity group team. I've said it literally 50 times that I don't think Mamoon should be on the SFC team. I think Mamoon should be in the work continuity group. In fact, I think everybody should be doing work continuity group, but you and Mamoon have not agreed and not willing to do it. So it's like, whatever is fine, but it's like, let's just move forward with some solutions, you know?
Yeah, I am on that group because I think we are having option. We voted on it. You vote on the team that you would like to have. We are having a few groups. There was FG for Alberto and this one. So I chose that.
Yeah, okay, anyways, I did 0.5 hours for breaking policy, doing topic 0. We're missing a break right now, so we probably should be doing more policy training for that. But I mean, I don't know what you guys want to do in terms of like a topic, or we can just wrap up and check out. I mean, whatever you want to do. Should we take a break, or what should we do?
Let's take a break for like 3 or 4 minutes, and we come back and address the topic proposal and new position for public relations. It is key to moving this organization forward.
Yes, and I want to reiterate that it's part of our system and purposely part of our policies that we are responsible for the team and we're responsible for the organization, right? And when people are not pulling their fair weight and they're not doing the work, it's all of our responsibility as owners to address it and deal with it and either deactivate or fire people or hire new people, whatever it is, whatever it needs to be done to move it forward. It's purposely affects you as a worker having someone not doing the work to the standard that is needed, and expectations that are needed, right? What?
So let's go for the break.
I haven't busy. I can't even eat.
Just dinner.
It's ready? All right, we're taking a break. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Yes, we're taking. Yeah. That's 4 minutes now for the break.
the
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session. Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
I'm back. I think the break session is over. 4 minutes.
I'm back. Hello.
I'm back.
Okay.
Let's wait for. While we're waiting for Jay to come, let's take the initiative to create the second topic. That should be proposal for new public positions. Do you agree with that too? That we should take it? Lucy?
Okay.
Hello, Lucy?
Yes. I was thinking if we can go through the proposal to get day activity and unity trust. I think this is where he will want him to get paid. I don't know. The one voting again, which one is? Let's hear from if
Okay,
you want.
since we okay, let's wait for him so that we can have an agreement before we go forward. If that is what you want, and if he says that too, we go for that. But I am standing for us to look at the proposal for new position of session. So, Jay, are you there? We're waiting for you. Let's start it with one.
It's still on grade.
Jay, we're waiting for you.
I do think that for Atlas groups, you guys are certainly an Atlas group. All right, I'm back.
So, Jay, why you were away before resuming for the break, we were discussing on what next topic we should consider. I suggested that we should go for a proposal for new position, public relations. Why Lucy said we should consider the proposal for J activity and unity
Time
trust.
for
So,
breath.
what's
Please
your
stop and get
I-
ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
I personally think we should quickly do the Alice's proposal and just vote on her proposal because it's just the right thing to do. And there's also a bunch of other recruitment things. I mean, we should be following up with people and treating them like human beings, but Alice is actually actively engaging with us, unlike everybody else who is not necessarily engaging. So, I would say that one, or the trusts, or the new position, public relations, all good. There's also the new recruits on the platform to public research book communications. So all of these are great. So whichever one you want to do, I'm fine. And I sent a message to Alice asking her if this is correct, and so we can wait until next week or whatever to vote on her proposal, or we could put it into the voting form, which is also fine.
Okay, let's quickly do that at the end so that we can see, if possible, we can take one more topic before we call these sessions off. That's my take about that. I want us to achieve more today since it's a main session.
Yeah, whatever you guys would like is I'm fine with for this for.
So Lucy, let's hear from you before we proceed.
We just start with if the Alice proposal is ready, we can do it quick. Then
Okay, let's do that. So, okay, Alice proposal. Are you doing that, Lucy?
I don't know even her proposal there.
Line 22 on focused topic.
Yeah, okay.
Alice proposal to join Nigeria. Europe. Good. So, what the desired outcome? Okay.
Think to approve Alice to get on board.
To approve.
Wait. So yeah, Alice proposal. So we're just to vote. I mean, I don't know if we have to approve it. The goal is to vote on it.
Oh, we have to vote on Alice.
To vote on Alice's.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes.
Okay,
Count.
so-
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
All right. So topic 2.
So, yeah, as it's activated the tab. Yeah. So, where's our proposal?
All right, so topic 2, let me copy and paste the proposal. So I don't know if this is the correct format. That's part of what we need to address. Oh, shoot. There we go. All right, so there's the proposal. And then we also have the link to her PAP.
Okay, cool. Let's see.
So if this proposal doesn't pass, then it's still, she still can get into the budget at the end of the month. So that is it's a couple weeks.
Okay. If I may ask, what's the current rate for Abubakar?
It's $10.
$10.
Yeah.
Benson is $20, but I would actually propose firing Benson. So propose to remove Benson as a decision maker. So for me, Benson is just not really doing that much, and then we would replace Benson with Alice. Because we need to look at the budget. I mean, we're allowed to temporarily hire Alice without necessarily dealing with the budget, right? Because it's just for like a few weeks.
Okay.
But eventually we're going to need to look at the budget, and it's possible that by hiring Alex, we actually go over budget for the decision makers, in which case we would need to remove a decision maker like Benson, okay? We'll just have to see.
Well, I've never had any interaction or see Benson coming on the platform, contributing as an HR personnel.
Time
So
to
I
stretch.
can't really say
Please
much,
stop,
but
stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
quick stretch. So as I was saying, I really don't know what to say, but I think according to the organization's policy, you need to be efficient in doing your work. So there is no reason in considering anybody that is not efficient doing their work. The only thing I can only say is that if we can get across to him and probably, though I know the policy that has to do with HR says that they are not to really interface in the day-to-day activity, except there are decisions or issues that are related to them, and they have to have like 3 to 6 hours, I think, that should be per month in terms of engaging with the organization. So since I've joined, I've only been saying conversation with Abubakar, and I think I joined around middle August, or I think middle August till date. So I think we just need to communicate with him about what's going on, and then check. That's my own concern about that before we decide to fire him.
Oh yeah, but we're not necessarily voting on that right now. Right now we're just voting on Alice. So the proposal is to temporarily hire Alice for this current moon month. So my understanding is that this is just for a couple, it's just the full moon, so it's like 2 weeks. Right, it's for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Otherwise, she would have to wait for 2 weeks. So if this proposal didn't pass, then she has to just wait for 2 weeks to get in the budget. We're gonna do that. So
To me, I would suggest that she should wait till next month before she can come on board. Though we can pass it, she's approved, but let it be next month.
well, no, that would be approving the budget. She would only get approved once the budget is approved and verified, which hasn't happened yet.
We can as well include her on the budget, since I think the budget is good. They are having like 150. Then we only have one HR board. When we need somebody to approve things, at least we'll have to, instead of only having one HR board.
So are there any
Yes.
questions? Are there any questions for the
Time to
proposal?
pause. Please stop. Close your eyes.
So
Count.
it's okay. I'm
1,
good. I'm
2,
good. I'm good. I'm okay.
3,
No questions. I
4,
have no
5.
questions. No
Open
questions.
your eyes.
Any other concerns? I guess the only other thing is that we haven't necessarily gotten this verified, right? So didn't get the money per hour verified or verified through Alice that the proposal is correct. But I think it's still fine. Anyway, so you all are voting yes on this? Okay. Alright, so I can get past this, so we would just immediately hire her. So we'd send this to the HR board, we'd send this to the team, and make sure there's no concerns, and then she would automatically get hired within like 24 hours.
Okay. Let me copy that to the group.
So this needs to get copied into the
Okay.
decisions channel and then also sent out to the team. Can you do that, Martins?
Okay. Yes, I'm doing it. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right away.
Okay. And it needs to get sent to like the HR board for review, right? So you send it to the HR board and the team for review. You do like at owners or at team, whatever. So I think we are done with this topic. That was a fast one.
Yes.
All right, so we have 3 priority topics. We've got the new recruits on the platforms for the publicly searchable communications, the new position for the public relations, and both of those relate to recruitment, by the way. And then we have the new funding proposals for paying myself.
I'm just going for painting.
Martins?
Yeah, well, sorry. What did you say? Come again.
Lucy suggesting for topic 3 to focus on my pay. Does that sound good?
We've been working all this while you've not been paid. So let's focus on that.
Okay. So do
Time
we have...
for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Do we have any objections to topic 3?
No objection.
No objection.
Does someone want to create the tab?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me do it.
Okay, this is doing it. Cool.
I'm adding the tab. Topic 3.
Okay.
3.
Okay. So the proposal is pretty simple. Proposal is to approve Jay's budget model within SFC within the SFC activity team as a new trust to guarantee Jay's pay regardless of anyone else. Okay, so basically the bottom line here is that technically speaking, the model is technically is not applicable to the team, right? So the team does not need to approve the trust model, right? But the team does need to approve the budget in the SFC co-op, right? So I would prefer to get, so Jay prefers to have the activity team within the SFC co-op and get SFC and Unity tokens, right? So that's my goal. Is making sure that there is agreement to pay me within the current structures. So it's important to understand the model. Important to understand the new model because it can affect future payments for everyone, okay? So the model basically is a trust, an irrevocable trust that would fund only Jay's work.
Time to pause. Please
And
stop.
pay, budget
Close
and pay.
your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3,
So
4, 5. Open your eyes.
the primary problem is that Jay is the first person to cut his pay always, and also, the hardest worker, right? So to solve that problem, the idea is, to solve the problem by setting aside all funds for Jay, so that even Jay can't prevent himself getting paid. So it would prevent even myself, because once the funds are in the trust, the money, this new trust, irrevocable trust fund, any money that's in it cannot be spent for any other reason. So the funds in the new irrevocable trust to pay Jay would never be allowed to be spent on anything else. Okay, so this would mean that in the future, it would not be possible to cut the activity budget and stop paying Jay in order to pay other workers more money. So that's what we always do. We always cut my pay so we can pay everybody else more. And with this new model, it wouldn't be possible to do that. Okay, so that's basically the proposal, and I'm working on a new trust fund agreement, but still in the works. But I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. I can link it here. So the trust fund. So this is just like the initial draft of this this fund. So link to rough draft of trust agreement. So obviously there's pros and cons here. The obvious big con is that once we initiate this, money that goes into this fund to pay me would not be able to be spent on anything else, which means that it would take away money from other people. At the same time, I have no intention to take money that's currently in our funds, like in the nonprofit and the for-profit.
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
Anyways, I was saying that I have no intention of taking funds from the existing organizations to put money in this. So what I'm trying to do is trying to find money in other locations that currently is not being there, but instead of putting it into the other funds, the goal is to put it into this. I also think that some of the, well, I have other things for that. Anyway, so this is the main proposal for paying me. Do you all have questions on this or not? Or do you the questions?
Well, I just have a question. When you say it will affect also others workers, how?
The reason why we have so much money to pay everybody is we don't pay me. Because I'm the first one who's willing to give up pay to pay everybody else. Because I just don't care about money, right? So, which is bad. Because I need money too. Everyone needs money. It's just like I just don't care about it. I care more about the missions than the money, right? So every time you pay someone money, it takes away money from someone else. That's just a fact, right? And what this is, the main thing this will do is it would not be possible to cut my budget. And remember, I need to be getting paid as much as $5,000 per month. So what we're talking about is we're talking about $100,000. The goal would be to get $100,000 into a fund to pay Jay. Obviously, it could take many years to raise that kind of money, if ever, to build that amount of money to pay me the amount of money that I need to live off of. But the key thing here is that once the money is in the trust, right, to Jay's pay trust, then there is no legal way to remove the money to pay other people. So once if we put $100,000 into this trust, we can't remove the money to pay other people. So if we're cutting budgets and the budgets are being cut, and I'm willing to cut my $5,000 per month to $4,000 per month, it wouldn't help anybody because the money would be set aside only for me. Does that make sense? So we wouldn't be allowed to just endlessly cut my budget in order to pay everybody else with this new model, right? And so it would actually ensure that I get paid, because right now the whole thing is that I don't get paid because everyone else gets paid before me. And this would actually set that aside and not allow anybody, including myself, to prevent payment. I would still be able to, so Jay could still not take pay, right? So if I didn't feel good about getting, I still don't feel good about getting paid because we're not functional. So until we're functional, I might not even want to get paid. But anyways, the point is that if Jay doesn't get paid, the funds would be required to stay in the Jay's payroll trust, right? So there'd be no way to remove the money from the trust without paying me, which means the only way to get funds out of Jay's payroll trust would be to pay Jay, right? And there would also be taxes on that, etc. And then Jay would have to invest the funds into the program and get, tokens or whatever, right? So the only way to get the funds out of there would be to pay me the funds, pay taxes on the funds, and then I, as an individual, would have to invest those funds in order to get the money out of my trust, out of the trust for my pay. And it's not actually a personal trust, it's a trust for the business, right? This would be a nativity trust. We're actually calling it a nativity trust. Okay, so this would be a nativity trust, so it's a business trust. So it's not actually a trust for me, it's a trust to support the business and to make sure I get paid. The whole purpose of this trust would be to ensure I get paid so that I myself can't even prevent myself from getting paid. Okay? So I think I could probably put somewhere in the range of $10,000 to $15,000 into this pretty quickly. Maybe more, maybe up to $25,000. But even with $25,000, right, you're looking at 4% per month would be the maximum budget that I would be comfortable spending, which still only gives me a payroll of $400 a month. So we're looking at something between $400 to $1,000 a month. So it's not a lot of money that we're talking about. It's just a small amount of money to get started. But then over time, once this got started and we agreed to it as my team pay along with the tokens, if over time, I kept working and I kept putting money into this trust, it could grow it towards $100,000 or even more, and then I could start getting some serious amounts of money that then would obviously affect everybody if we couldn't
And
take money from it.
time to start. Please get focused on the session.
But it kind of makes sense that if we want to give everybody money, then I should be given investment value, right? Because if we're taking the money from me and we're giving it to other people, then I should get it. I should be an investor, right? I should be getting investment value, which currently I'm not, for all the money that we're taking from me, right? So in that context, it would kind of make sense that you would have this sort of legal arrangement to force the business to pay the worker who does the most work, right? So anyways, that's the general idea. This particular fund would not pay me automatically. It's not like a trust fund. It's a business fund that's held in trust, right? So the fund would be the beneficiary would not be me personally, right? The beneficiary would be Activity as a business. Activity as a business would be the beneficiary. So if Jay is not able to work, I can't work and I'm not in the budget, I would get nothing, because the money is not here for me. The money is for the business. So for me to get paid, I have to work for the business, for the team, for the organization. That makes sense? So the moment I stop, if I ever stopped working, this would not pay me anymore, because it's not a personal trust fund. I'm not a personal beneficiary. The beneficiary is my work for the business. But the business wouldn't be allowed to spend this money on anybody else. It would have to spend it on me, because otherwise we just cut my budget to nothing endlessly. That's always been the case.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
What's the question? Lucy, we can't hear you.
Lucy?
Again, so
has
under
she gone off?
our policies, we need to send Lucy a message. So I'm gonna send her a message.
Okay.
Do you have any questions, Martine?
For me, I think it's clear enough, basically, from the standpoint of the details you expressed or you stated here on the notes. Since it's just a trust fund that goes into the business and it is rewarding. Hello?
Yeah,
Time to pause.
I can hear you.
Please stop. Close
Yeah, I
your
can hear you.
eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
For me, it's a go. It's a go. It's okay. It's a
sorry,
go
I
for me.
think I was.
I don't have any concern about
Just sit. I was asking this question, Jay. Is 1.5 hours applied to you as well?
Yes. The type of work that I do is a little different, but yeah, it's still the 1.5 hours per week and 1.5 hours per day for work continuity group. But the activity team budget can be different, and so the activity team budget and the activity team policies can and are still different than the work continuity group or other teams. That make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does that mean you are going to have the budget for activity alone?
No, not necessarily. We could certainly hire people into activity team, but most likely what the activity team budget is going to look like is going to be the activity team budget example would be, okay, we're going to hire Jay, we're going to hire an HR board, we're going to hire SFC team to do executive support. We're going to hire work continuity group team for executive support. So we actually put entire teams like the HR board and the SFC team and the work continuity group team in the budget, And as we start building off the activity team budget, we will understand the relationship between the funds from activity team that are going to pay for the specific client work that it then is needs to be invoiced to the activity team for that work, right? So it's just as we get into a multi-client model where we start requiring invoicing, which again is a proposal that I'm trying to get approved and verified. So proposal require invoicing. I think I did put that on line 16 already. That it'll make it easier to have understanding between the relationships of activity as a business and activity as a team, because the activity team and the executive support is like we're hiring the entire team, not just individual workers. But activity could hire individual workers as well if it wanted to, right? But again, for my pay, so for my personal pay, you could even have two separate line items. You could say, okay, under Jay's budget, you have, $300 coming from, the irrevocable, business trust fund, and then we have another $300 just coming from the normal activity budget, right?
Ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause, inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
So activity will still have its own normal, for-profit budget, right, that it already has, but the idea is that the actual, irrevocable business trust fund would be separate funds that would only be available for my budget to ensure that we can't, as an organization, just first to cut Jay, right? Which is always the case. We always cut my budget first because, one, I don't care, and two, I'm always getting paid more than everybody else, right? So it's easy, okay, if you're getting paid $5 an hour, it's easy to say someone getting paid $20 an hour, oh, let's just cut their $20 an hour down to $15 an hour. It's not a big deal because they're still getting $15 an hour. But really, me getting cut from $20 to $15 an hour is 25% cut. And so in relationship to you, that would be equivalent to, instead of getting paid $5 an hour, you would now be getting paid $3.75 per hour. Does that make sense? There's no difference. Me getting $20 an hour versus you getting $5 an hour is the same as me getting paid $15 an hour and you getting paid $3.75 an hour. Does that make sense? Right? So it's just easy for everybody else to just have no problem cutting my budget, even though I don't even get minimum wage, even though you guys are getting paid sometimes 2 times, even 3 times minimum wage, right? If not even more than that. So it's just not fair, and this model of creating this business trust takes it out of my hands, right? Then I no longer have to stand up for myself and push everybody to pay me, because that's just not the kind of person I am. I'm not the kind of person that is going to get all greedy and force everyone to pay me unbelievable amounts of money, even though maybe they would be more successful if I did that. But that's never going to happen because I just don't care about the money, right? So instead, we create a legal structure that ensures that I get paid no matter what. And what's cool about this is that if you go into the documentation that I created, it talks about how this can be applicable to other workers. So other workers can create these individual business payroll, irrevocable trust funds, right? And that would allow anyone to start building up value into the organization, into the business, to ensure that they get paid as well if they start bringing in money. So it's a new structural model that kind of removes the need to negotiate and pressure and to be greedy in order to get paid.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So I think it's a kind of cool model, right? But it will affect the future of the organization, because if we can't just like cut my pay in order to, improve other people's pay, then it doesn't really help us a lot, We're not going to be able to just easily not fire people or whatever. We might have to fire people or whatever, and even if I do cut my pay, we still wouldn't be able to use the money to hire other people. because it would be in an irrevocable trust only to pay myself. All right. So that is the proposal. If you don't want to vote on it now, we don't have to vote on it now. But and also it's good to note here, there's no requirement for me to get agreement on this. Like I could create the trust fund and have it be irrevocable and just start putting money in it, right? So that can happen automatically, and I'm very interested in doing that already. So the proposal is about the budget within the SFC co-op. Right? So because I don't control the SFC co-op, and I want the activity team to be part of the SFC co-op, and I want it to be agreed upon how the activity team budget functions. And so obviously if people didn't like this budget model, then they shouldn't approve it, and then anything that I did would have to be separate from the co-op, right? It couldn't be internal to the co-op. But that's what I would want to avoid. I would prefer us to keep all the value in the co-op as much as possible. So I don't know if you want to repeat your question, but we didn't write it down. If you want to ask the question again.
Me?
Yeah.
Did I realize the question?
Oh yeah, I remember the question. The question is like, can other workers be hired into the activity team budget? And the answer is yes. We already, or activity already hires entire teams. Activity already hires entire teams for support, right? So the activity team budget can include individuals, but already includes entire teams, primarily for the executive support work, right?
Are we going to have a different budget for the teams, or we have the budget for activity team and the other teams as well? How is this going to work actually?
Every team already has its own budget. You have your SFC team budget. There's the work continuity group, New World budget. There's work continuity group, Old Work. We have the Spanish team. We have the HR board.
Stand up and stretch
So
and move around for 30 seconds.
we already have like 5 teams. This would be like a 6 team. So it's just that this was not possible before because we only had the single budget. But now that we have multiple budgets and multiple teams, it's very easy to add in the activity team, and so I'm planning on doing that. And would want to get agreement on this model for the activity team budget, which would be based on a irrevocable business trust fund for my pay.
Yeah, I can vote it. Since we need you to have payment as like any other person, you can just have vote.
So, did I answer your second question? Do you remember what the second question was?
Yes, you answer.
What was the question though? Do you remember?
I think I was asking about. Yeah, I was asking about the budget.
Yeah, so we have, is there just one budget in SFC? The answer is no. We have many team budgets, currently around 5 budgets, right? So each team has its own budget. Okay, so any other questions?
Maybe Martin, for me, I don't have any question for now.
Like I will just only ask if there is a documentation for this model.
Yeah, it's line 14.
Maybe you should have it here. Line 14. Yeah. Okay, yeah, line 14. So
Yeah, line 14 is the agreement. It's not done yet, but this has the old model as well. So the old model is the Jurison Mini Endowment Fund, which is all of my money. So I put all of my money that I've ever made in my entire life towards the supporting this vision and all the missions that we're working towards, right? So the Jurison Mini Endowment Fund is basically the mini endowment fund that I put all of my value in. I've never gotten an investor. I've never had any large donors above like a couple $1,000s, right? No investors, no donors, no grants above $2,000-3,000 my entire life. So it's just like every single dime comes from me just doing work, and instead of giving myself the money, I invest it into the business and I invest it into the vision and the mission my entire life.
Okay.
And no one else is supporting it financially. So it's very difficult. So the bottom line is that
Time to pause.
the
Please
old
stop.
model,
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
the old model is just extremely easy to manipulate to not pay myself, and I haven't been paid since 2023. And it's already September of 2024. Right?
Yeah.
So it's just too easy for the workers to, like, I felt like I got attacked, I got, obliterated. Like, this whole year has been a disaster, and we spend the vast majority of our time just focusing on paying other people. So the only way I can think of making sure that that never happens again and that we actually prioritize paying me is this legal model of creating this trust and actually ensuring that I'm getting paid, and people can't just, like, attack me and just make it so that we just destroy the organization and destroy all the teams and destroy my ability to get paid, and then cut my pay endlessly so that everyone else can get maximum amounts of pay even when they don't do the work. It's just unacceptable for the future in being successful. It just doesn't make any sense that is okay to do that. And of course, I just don't care because I just don't care about money in general, but we all need money to live off of and survive. So it doesn't make sense that we'd have policies that would allow anyone, especially the hardest worker, to be basically ruthlessly attacked for 6 months, and then, him giving up everything he possibly can to help as many people get paid the maximum amount as possible when they don't even want to work. And then on top of that, continuing to not pay him for many months after we're already starting to pay other people, right? So we need to solve that problem, and this is one solution to that problem. So that, the money will be permanently set aside. Also, it's good to note that in my death or, if I disappear or whatever, the plan for the funds would be to go towards the token. So all the funds left over in this particular trust would go towards the value of the tokens, for the activity tokens. Right? And then that would allow the value to go back to the organizations and the public. All right?
Okay. That's fine. Can we vote now?
Yeah, are there any other questions?
Initially, I was considering maybe we should hold on to take time to review, but by opening the link online for today, I think it's a well-spoken proposal. There is no need to wait on it because it benefits everyone, not just you. So I think since we are all striving for consensus and for the good of everyone.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
What did you say you wanted to vote on?
Yeah, I said initially I was thinking maybe we should wait a little bit for us to review and consider it. But when I opened the documentation with what I saw, it's a proposal that concerns everyone, not even just me, even getting paid. So it's a worthwhile action or a step to take to pass a vote on it. That's just what I want to say about that.
Okay, so I don't really understand, but anyways, let's. I think Lucy's skipping ahead. So if there's
said before opening the link you put it in, I think he was not really understanding the proposal. But after opening that document, he understood why we should vote on the proposal.
Yeah. So anyways, the point here is that if there's no more questions, then we should go on to concerns, because I think Lucy's skipping ahead.
Of course, concern definitely will affect the future pay for everyone. But if we're still going to use one hour, 1.5 hours as a per pay, I don't think it's going to affect that much. And maybe if something changed, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't understand how it is going.
I mean, the 1.5 hour model, I actually practiced it on myself first and built the whole work continuity group model and everything within Activity before I even presented it to you guys. So, I mean, all of the models that we have that I came up with myself, I do with the Activity team first, right? But anyways, the idea is to get Activity team and the Activity businesses organized and functional interdependently with the co-op so that there's clear relationships and organizations with that. So anyways, I think that sounds all good. So are we ready to vote, or any other questions on this? Otherwise, I think we are done.
I have no question.
All right, so there is one other related proposal to this. So the primary activity team, project is Unity, right? So Unity is my project. Unity
Time
team
to
is my
pause.
team.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And the whole model for the Unity team is that no one gets paid from Unity until 99% of the work gets done, right? So that is the model, and the idea, which is very similar to the BJJ Pay Trust, right, is that we create an irrevocable Unity Business Trust Fund to put aside funds over time to build value for the Unity token and tokens, right, and the Unity vision for when we eventually get all of the work completed, right? So basically, this would it would almost be like a prize pool for the teams that are willing to do the work. Because it makes sense and all that everyone gets paid for their time, and you get paid for working on a little something here and a little something there. But nothing is ever going to be successful until we do all of the work. There is no way we can be successful with only doing 2% of the work, or 3% of the work, or 4% of the work, even 10% of the work, even doing half of the work. We're still like we're saying we have to do like easily over 90%. I'm saying 99%. Like all the work needs to get done. That is how we get successful. And so the idea would be to put funds aside and slowly grow funds, funds for the Unity team and Unity tokens to create incentives and encourage the goal of actually completing all of the work, not just some of it. Okay, so this could start with just, a few $100, might start with a few $100, and then could grow to thousands, even possibly one day millions, right? So who knows how long it will take us to actually get the work done and completed, all of the work, not just some of the work. And then when we do, there will be ideally a big fund of value that's available to actually use once we get all the work done, right? And then we can already start building value into the Unity tokens, which we can already start running Unity token payroll. So in the Unity model,
please stop, write down whatever you were about to say, and take a break for 6 minutes.
In the Unity model, no one gets upfront pay, you only get tokens. But the tokens are the most valuable tokens that exist for the entire organization, and the amount of tokens you get is based on the percentage of all the work done. Right now we're only getting like a few percentages, maybe 2-3%, 4% of the work done. So we only get a very small percentage of Unity tokens in relationship to our value, but these Unity tokens are worth exponentially more money than FQN SFC tokens. right? And that the value of those tokens is going to be held in this Unity Business Trust Fund, right? But the reason why I think it's like I can create this immediately without getting agreement, but I feel like it is important to get agreement on this because obviously it will, does every dollar we put into this irrevocable trust fund will take away funds available to SFC co-op workers, right? Funds immediately available, right? So they will be available in the future, and they will be available through the Unity token distributions in small amounts. But as far as the actual funds, every dollar we put into this trust fund will be held from everybody, will not be able to access that money until we get all of the work done. And so it creates, maybe it takes us a decade, 2 decades, who knows how long it will take us to get all the work done. It could happen in months, it could happen in years, it could happen in decades, it could happen after our lifetimes. And this fund could grow to, tens of millions of dollars, even hundreds of millions of dollars if it was multiple lifetimes. And it's just sitting there. If a group of people want to get this work done and actually complete the work, it would open up this huge pot of money that would be allowing to get even more done, right? And actually start implementing the vision. Okay, so that's the other thing. It's very similar, but it's different. It also affects pay, but on a different way. And I think it's, very, very important. And I would prefer to move forward with this in agreement, understanding what it means and how it works, as we begin to set money aside where that people can't touch this money. This would be money that nobody could touch. And I think this would be a really good place. This would be a great place to put some of the token backing value, for like SFC tokens and other tokens that we are talking about devaluing, So me and Lucy have been talking a lot about going into past token liquidity pools and devaluing those tokens and taking them for our current budget. And I think we need to do that. But then the amount of money that we're not willing to take, all of the trust value that is backing tokens that we don't want to devalue, we should put those into the Unity Trust Fund and say, okay, we can't touch these tokens until we complete all the work. If we want to start devaluing past tokens, first we need to start doing all the work, right? So that is another way to help protect the token values for a token value that we don't want to do. So every time we do that, it would take another agreement. So each time we place value, from the SFC tokens into the Unity Trust, it would take agreement. So if we get agreed on this, then the next proposal would be, okay, these are the liquidity pools and the value models that we think that we should transfer into the Irrevocable Business Trust Fund. That we are no longer allowed to touch this money because it is too important, right? That we need to actually, if we want to start touching that money, we need to be doing a lot more work to get access to it. And what's interesting about it is all the value we put into this trust fund will increase the value of the Unity tokens. So as we build the value of this trust fund, it will be held in the Unity tokens. And so when we pay ourselves tokens, the tokens will have more and more value because the value of the tokens is based on the value of the fund, right? So it's possible if we grow millions of dollars of funds over years and years and years or decades, the tokens will be so valuable in and of themselves that we don't even need to use the funds. That makes sense? So if we never get the work done, that's also perfectly fine because the tokens themselves would actually hold the value. And just by getting the Unity tokens, however many we can get, we can start using those Unity tokens for funding other projects too, So I think overall it's a win-win situation. I think this is just a huge missing piece of the bigger picture for how we're going to start getting functional and actually, like for me, the Unity vision is like the focal point for what I want to work on. It's fine if some people just want to work on SFC and they only want to work on FQN or whatever. For me, it's all about Unity because Unity and the Unity tokens and the Unity model about saying like no pay without completing all of the work, right? Because can you imagine like if you paid somebody to like construction company to go build a house and they only built a quarter of a house or even 1/10 of a house, are you going to pay them to only build like a tiny little bit of house, or are you going to pay them to build the entire house, right?
End of break. Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
So for me the unity model is the only model that's being proposed that actually creates value, right? Because the SFC model and the FQN model, although the SFC model is infinitely more valuable than the FQN model, FQN you don't even have to do work and you get paid anyways, right? The SFC model you at least have to do work to get paid. So you have to start hammering nails into the house, you have to start putting out pieces of wood and actually start building a house to get paid, right? But you never have to finish the house with the SFC model. You never actually have to complete the work to get the payments. And that's why the unity model is so valuable, is because when you are investing in the unity vision and the unity model, you ensure that the work gets completed. You know that in order to spend this money, the house will be built in its entirety and you will start being able to use the house afterwards and live in it, right? Whereas the SFC and the FQN model, they don't actually meet that goal of value. And that makes the unity token so much more valuable because they require actually completing the work, all of the work, in order to like, can you imagine, like, let's say you did 90% of the work for an entire house, but you just skipped the electricity. No electricity, no water. So you have a beautiful house, it has no electricity, no water. It wouldn't be very helpful to have a huge house that wasn't completed. Even if it was just that little tiny percent of just like the pipes and the electricity lines to have light and have water available, the house would be useless for any like normal 21st century family, right? So again, the unity vision is the only thing that has real value because we have to complete all of the work, not just a tiny little bit of the work. Anyway, so I don't know if you want to vote on this one right now. We can vote on it later as well, but they're basically related to each other. But the key thing is that the unity value is not just for me, it's for everybody. Whereas the J budget model is only for me, that we can only use this money for me, and the unity models we can only use this money if and when we complete all the work.
Yes, yeah, we can complete the work. But the thing is, I think that will really work when we have people that specifically, let's say, if we have somebody that focus on recruitment, that person should be just recruitment and plus any other, maybe two things, making sure that task or that responsibility is done every day of the month. That will work. That's not gonna be like now. We have a lot of responsibilities.
Yeah.
That
I mean, that's perfectly fine. If we can figure out how to budget that, I have no problem with that.
Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
The problem is who's going to pay for it, right? If we have to hire a separate person for every single little thing and everybody wants to get paid thousands of dollars every month, you're looking at a budget of hundreds of thousands of dollars per month, right? To hire, because we know we have like 50 different things that need to get done. That's 50 people and they all want to get paid thousands of dollars. Like, you're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. It's just too much money. So unless you're going to pay for it, in a startup, typically workers have to do more work than just one thing. But I agree with you, it would be great if we could just endlessly hire every single person only has to do one thing, and we just hire hundreds of people and they all do one thing. Sounds great. It's just who's going to pay for that?
I think that's where the issue is. If we can just have the opportunity to have people focus on exactly what they can do, then think if you don't finish, then it is you who is going to be responsible for that. Let's say one person, I do like making sure the taxes or any other thing that I'm capable of doing. At least I can take two things and make sure I deliver it. That will work with unity. When we have such, it will work. But with our responsibility that we have, it's gonna be a big challenge.
I don't know. I think it's only a big challenge if you think about yourself, right? If you're only focusing on yourself and not the needs of the organization and the team, like there's no way that the three of us can do all of the work. We know we can't do all the work. It's impossible for the three of us to do all the work. So our only option is to recruit. We have to recruit volunteers. We have to recruit, equity only workers. We have to build a community. We actually have to
You know,
invite people into an organization and train them and work with them because we know we can't do it by ourselves. There is no other possible way to do the work, right?
there is this challenge that you need to understand. Yes, you can do recruitment. You are doing it. I'm not doing it. You are doing recruitment. But the other thing is very challenging with the organization. Not everybody understand. You have to work for equity token. It's not easy to convince. Before someone even stayed and work, understand the work, it takes time. You can recruit people, go, coming, go. Because of what? There is this mentality whereby when you get a job, definitely you need to get this amount of payment. That is the challenge that we have. Maybe we need to figure
Time
out,
for breath.
are we going to
Please
put it as
stop
a
and get ready.
voluntarily?
Now inhale. 1,
We're
2,
supposed to be
3.
recruiting volunteers.
Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale
That's like
together.
part of our model.
1, 2, 3. Exhale.
Like some of
relax.
it, some of it we're not currently doing. So under our required minimum expectations for the work include doing regular outreach for donors, right? Doing fundraising, doing investor outreach and relations, doing public relations, and doing recruitment, right? Getting volunteers, doing volunteer coordination. This is all part of the job of what we're doing. Like it has always been the model that, basically, there is a few paid workers for dozens, if not hundreds, of volunteers, right? We pay the paid workers are the volunteer coordinators. That has always been the case. That is the model that we've always presented. The problem is that we just don't do the work. We're not a private, secret, greedy, for-profit business. We are a community social organization that has always run on value that is not upfront pay. The vast majority of all of the value that we've ever done in this organization is not upfront pay, and it never will be. That has always been the case. There's never been any time that we've ever said otherwise. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's just that people don't want to do the work. People just want to get the money. It's fine if you want money, that's fine.
I understand. Not new people, they don't understand it.
I understand. But it's up to us to figure out how to get new people to understand. Like that's not an excuse, right? Saying like, oh, new people don't understand is not an excuse to not do the work. That is a problem that needs to be solved. So we have to figure out how to solve that problem instead of saying, oh, new people won't understand, therefore we don't have to do the work.
We just put as a voluntarily, then we can say you can get a small stipend for your something little.
That's literally what it says on all our job descriptions, that you get a small stipend. That's what we offer. Our monthly budgets, our budgets literally are small stipends. That is what we do already. Everybody only gets small stipends. That's all we've ever offered. And that's what it literally says in our job descriptions, that we offer small stipends. So in the context of doing the volunteer work and getting volunteers involved.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
We don't even do the outreach. We don't do the planetary sessions. We don't do the events. We're supposed to be doing, big global events based on our planetary and galactic sessions and connect people into, finding solutions and addressing global issues and local issues that we want to try to find solutions on to solve global crises, right? This is the model that we're trying to build, and we just don't do the work. And it's not that I have anything against you, Lucy. You're doing more work than anybody. And you're actually working on the planetary sessions for the first time in years. You're the first person to even prioritize the planetary sessions in years. And it's awesome. But it doesn't change the fact that we're still not doing it, right? And most likely we're not going to be able to be successful with just the three of us, or even just the four of us with Miguel. If you put all of us together, if you take, we have three. Here, let's get a total right now. Okay, so we have 3 HR board members. We've got the 3 of us now. So 3 of us now. We have Miguel, right? So, or here we can say a new world team. We got 2, right? Old world team, SFC, old world. We've got 2. New world team. This is work continuity group, new world team. Work continuity group, old world team. There's currently 2. Then we have 2 people in the work continuity group Spanish team, which is exciting. And then we have an additional 1, 2, I think 2 people in the board of directors. So that gives us a grand total of 13 people. That's a lot of people that if everybody actually took this seriously and got focused on the work and did it, we should be able to do so much more with 13 people. But we don't. And we could easily double this number and have 26 people or more, and then we could start doing volunteer coordination and everything. I mean, we just don't do anywhere close to what we should be achieving with this many people. Yeah, check.
Okay.
Lucy, did you want to say anything else or continue?
No, I have nothing.
Martins, did you want to add anything? Or?
I don't have anything to add to it.
Okay, well anyways, I don't know if we have questions about the proposal itself. The proposal is to create the Irrevocable Unity Business Trust Fund to put aside funds over time to build value for the Unity tokens and the Unity vision for when we eventually get all of the work completed.
Move around for 30 seconds.
Are there any questions on the proposal? Do we want to vote on this now? Do we want to wait?
No question. Let's vote for now. Let's vote.
Lucy, do you have any questions?
No.
All right, concerns. So I guess it's the same concerns as before, that it would set aside funds we would no longer have access to for normal monthly budgets.
Oh, I have a question online for it. You said each time we place value from SFC token, it's into the Unity Trust. Why should the SFC token goes into Unity Trust?
Cause like you want to propose taking old FQN tokens and devaluing them and taking that value and putting it into our budgets, right? For example, the SS2J token, right? So, or the JJ2S token, yeah. So by putting the tokens, for example, SFC tokens into the Irrevocable Trust Fund, we would be saying that we no longer can touch the token value to devalue the token without completing the work. Does that make sense? Because unless we want to have people in the future take all of our value that we're working hard for. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if we build these tokens up, we build value in the tokens, and then we take the money out of it just to pay us, then the tokens are losing the value. The value's gone, and then our tokens aren't worth anything. Does that make sense? So then what are we working for if our tokens just get devalued by people in the future that just take all of our money? And if they don't complete the work, that's a little bit weird. That our SFC tokens would just lose all their value because people in the future don't want to complete the work, and they don't want to actually make their own money. They just want to take our money that has already been put into the value of the token. Does that make sense? Because every month that we work, we're working for, 5% of the value that we work for goes into the value of the tokens, and then we get that value back in the value of the tokens. So if someone is able to just take that money out of the token, then we would be losing the value that we're even working for. It's kind of like, taking, without doing the work.
So that means SFC require also to complete the work for them to get the token?
Well, to take the money out of the value of the token. But the point that I'm saying is that if we chose to do that, it would take a separate agreement. So if
close your eyes, count 1, 2,
if
3,
SFC
4, 5,
chooses
open
to
your
put
eyes.
value from value within the SFC token vaults, right, into the Unity Trust, it would take agreement. It would take additional agreement, right? So what I'm saying is that at this point in time, it's not possible to put any of the token vaults or any of the existing value that SFC has rights to in FQN right without additional agreement. So I can already start putting value and money into the Unity Trust as long as that money and value does not affect SFC directly, because that value is not going to, it's not removing money from the for-profit and the non-profit. It's not removing money that is actually available to the current budget, right, for SFC. So both of these trusts, the payroll trust for me as well as the Unity Trust, can be set up regardless of SFC's involvement, right? Because they can be done separately. But ideally they would be done together because the Unity tokens are part of the SFC and SQN token model. They just represent a different value system. And so the goal is to do it all together. And so I would like to see there be agreement on the trust and to start putting value into the trust, because I think it will benefit SFC. And so in doing that, I can start putting in money into the Unity Trust that, for example, I would put into the BJC, or my personal payroll. So for me, let's say I find, $10,000 of value. So we have $10,000 of value. We bring in $10,000 of value, whatever. We get the $10,000. Instead of putting all 10,000 of this into my personal payroll trust that we're setting up, I would say, okay, I would only put 5,000 of it into the Jay's pay, and then I would put additional 5,000 of it into the Unity Trust. Even though I know this Unity Trust doesn't go personally to me, it's still setting aside money that can be used for me and other workers in the future when we complete the work, right? And it supports the value of the Unity token. So I would, the maximum value I would probably put into my personal trust would be half of the value I would put in the personal trust, and the other half of the value I would put in the Unity Trust, right? Because I'm not going to just put all of the money to give it to myself. I want to make sure that there's incentives to build the vision and get the work done, because that's more important, right?
Please stop and get ready. Now inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3, pause, inhale together, 1, 2, 3, exhale, relax.
But this is all additional money that's separate from the existing money that we have. And we can calculate and know exactly what, if you do the, let's get the link to the monthly accounting. Right, so if we look at the monthly accounting link and look at our current monthly accounts, this gives us the exact value that we currently have in SFC related accounts. So in the SFC related accounts, we currently have $34,000, right? Or somewhere around $35,000. So what I'm saying is that any additional funds, I mean, we oversee hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? So all of that other money that's not ours, 90% of it, obviously, there's no way to get access to. But there's a small amount that by doing the crypto recovery and doing other recoveries and organizing the money, there's little bits here and there that we can put towards these trusts, these new trusts. So a couple $1,000s here, a couple $100 there, it can start growing, right? So as we organize and do accounting, money that is obviously not in the SFC and is obviously not part of some other organization that I control and I know I can do something with, right? I can start organizing this money appropriately. But any of this $35,000, for example, the $9,000 in the JJ2S vault, for me, I would say we want to probably spend about half of this, take about $4,000 and devalue that token and put that into the for profit and put that into the value. But then the other $4,000, I would say that this value should be transferred to the Unity Trust and that we can't access that money and devalue that token until and only after we complete the work, right? And that would be an additional $4,000. But I can't do that without SFC, in essence, FQN agreement. Does that make sense, Lucy? So all of this $35,000, any of this money that the $35,000 that's in the current SFC value that we want to put into the Unity Trust, none of this money can go into my personal pay. So none of this is going to my personal pay at all, period. But any of the money that goes into the Unity Trust, line 48 is simply saying that it requires additional agreement that I as treasurer have no right to take money from SFC and put it into Unity. That is just completely off the table. But I can propose, and I will be proposing. So the proposal would be, we come down to like line 1.
Pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And it's good to note this is technically an FQN proposal as well. So the proposal would be to transfer FQN SSS Vault backing for the JJS2S token, right? To put half the funds into the for-profit for SFC payroll, and devalue the token, then put the other half by keeping the token value into the Unity irrevocable Unity business trust, right? So that would be the proposal, irrevocable. So currently we can see the current value in this vault. So we click on the vault, it'll tell us the exact value. And the exact value is?
Is it 9,404?
Well, it might have changed a little bit. You never know. So the exact value is, I love it's like $44. $9,444. So if we divide that by 2, we would have 4,722 for SFC payroll, and then the other 4,722 would stay backing the token, but then be removed from SFC value and put into the irrevocable Unity business trust, right? So this would be the proposal, which would be to take this money out of SFC's hands. We would give half of it to SFC, and then the other half would be held in trust until all of the work is completed, right? That we just simply would not be allowed to touch the money until and at least all of the work was completed, that we actually complete the house that we're building. Okay, does that make sense? So this would be a separate proposal.
It's going to be tricky because for me, it's like if I want to sell my token, I'm not going to do it until the work gets done. For me, I'm not going to vote for now. Let's just.
But why would I spend like 100 hours on all of the needs for you and your token sales and calculating all your token sales over and over and over again, evaluating it and trying to help you with all of the value of token sales if you don't even want to sell them?
Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6
I
minutes.
don't want to do what?
I have spent like almost 100 hours dealing with all the token stuff so that if you wanted to sell them, you could, because you keep talking about wanting to sell your tokens, right? So if you don't want to sell your tokens, that's fine. You can always change your mind and do whatever you want.
I want to sell my token. Even last time I told you to calculate for me, but you did not respond if you calculate. I understand you get a session. I thought maybe you.
I've calculated for you over and over and over again the exact value of your tokens.
I don't have the form, that you do. Even I proposed it before even Miguel was proposing his token, but I don't know the form, what to do.
Okay, well you just ask questions. So this is the details on selling your tokens right here. You can see if you sell all of your tokens, it's worth about $400. It might have gone down or up a little bit. I mean, I don't know the exact details, but I'm sure that we can double, if not triple that. We'll actually quadruple it. We can double to quadruple it. So this is the options for increasing value of the tokens, right? So we could easily, 2 times to 4 times increase this, and then anyone can sell their tokens whenever they want to, and if the tokens are valuable enough, you could just sell 25% of your tokens or however much of your tokens you want to sell without having to sell all of them, right? But either way, the other thing you're asking about is just the actual form. So the form itself is easily and accessible, and everyone should have access to it. So this is a decree to sell tokens in trust form. Where it happened? Decree to sell tokens in trust. And so I'll just link the form here, and then anyone can sell their token. If your tokens are, if you control your own tokens, you don't need to have the form because you can just directly sell them, right? But if your tokens are in trust, which is the case for people at Workana, people or not Workana, for Upwork, right? And then workers who don't want to deal with tokens, this is the decree to sell tokens in trust, right? So you fill out this form for exactly how many tokens you want to sell and what you want to sell, then we sell them, and then we just send you the value of the tokens. Okay? So all of this is easily accessible, public information. Like, we're not trying to hide any of this. If you need access to anything, just let me know. But anyways, we don't need a vote on all this stuff, but I'm just saying that if we do approve this proposal of creating the Irrevocable Unity Business Trust Fund, the very first proposal I would do based on line 48 is to propose that we do not liquidate the entirety of this vault, as well as other vaults that okay, if we want to be spending this money that we're taking away from other tokens, then what we need to do is we need to put as much of the money into the future vault, the future trust, right, and make it inaccessible without completing the work. So we can only get the rest of the money if we complete the work. So we say, okay, we get half of the money now, and then the rest of the money we only get if and when we complete the work. So I think it's fair. And maybe half of it's too much. Maybe it's only be a third of it. But either way, the moment we complete the work, we'll have access to all of that money again. So it's not like the money goes away. And we already get all of the Unity tokens immediately upon completing any amount of work. So if we complete 10% of the work, we get 10% of the Unity tokens. So that's automatic. And the Unity tokens should be quite valuable. And hopefully the Unity tokens will eventually be valuable enough that they basically are upfront pay if we are not able to complete the work. So anyways, I'm excited about this. I think this is along with some of these other proposals, like the recruitment proposals, I think this could solve a lot of our problems and like actually stabilize and build the system. And we're so close to something that's actually functional and going to work within the confines of our limitations of normal everyday people. I mean, this is not normal work for normal everyday people, but we're trying to do something that's amazing. And part of our vision and mission is that whatever we do must be able to be done by normal everyday people, which makes it 100 times harder, right? Because normal everyday people don't typically do this type of work. Typically you hire experts to do this type of work. But then if we do that, if we hire experts, it's no longer accessible to normal everyday people. And then we'd be going against our vision, our mission, right? The goal is that we build a new world with normal people, not experts and rich people and people who control everything already, you know? Anyways, we could go on and on and on and on and on, but I think I'm excited, you know? So it's a cool demo. So Martins, did you want to mention anything else, or?
Hello.
Did you want to mention anything? Also, Martins, when you do
I can hear you.
Yeah, Martins, when you do a Discord message, you always want to do @HR board, so that the HR board gets notified. Yeah, like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you want to add that
Okay.
to the message so that they see it. So
I'm doing the right.
did you want to add anything to the Unity Trust Fund?
Yeah, I cannot hear.
And
It's
the
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
All right, do we want to vote on this, the proposal? There are other questions or concerns?
I don't have any concern about it.
Do we want to vote on this?
Let's
Lucy?
vote.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on it, and then we'll be done with this topic. I don't know if we want to do another topic, but I guess we could save the other topics for later.
Hello?
I'm going to vote.
We're breaking.
Who? I'm breaking?
Yeah.
Yes, you're breaking.
Okay, I'm going to vote at 8.9. Can you hear my vote?
7.5. My vote. Lucy.
You said
I'm waiting for your
7.5?
Yes.
And what is 6.5?
Okay.
So it looks like it's going to pass. But obviously this needs to be reviewed by more people in the co-op and sent out to the owners as well.
Okay.
So,
Let me paste that.
so does someone put this in the decision channel?
I'm doing that. A decision channel.
So I'll put under details here that it's a long-term proposal, so it needs to be reviewed. Long-term proposal does need to be reviewed by entire co-op. Right, cool. Awesome. All right, so I think we are good. Do we want to do another topic, or are we done? We're ready to check out. There's only two more topics.
I'm available for another topic if you want.
There's only two more topics left, and these are the ones for the recruitment. So we could do a topic on recruitment if we want.
Yes, we can do it.
Yeah. So topic 4 would be on the recruitment proposals. What do you think, Lucy? Topic 4? Or do you want to check out? Or should we take a break real quick?
Let's take a break.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So how will I get the amount due?
You're on break.
Amount that I expect so that I can fill it on the form. Amount and the token.
The amount of tokens, you have to look at your token scanner, right? So I can link that here. So topic 3, line 155. So you should put this on your main sheet or your main doc. So this is Lucy's trust wallet trust address link, right? Trust address link. So this is a link to your trust address for your SFC tokens. So these are the tokens that you can sell. And so you can see exactly how many tokens that you have. And currently you have here we go. You have 287 1LOQ. You have 1,377 664Z. You've got 639 JSHN, and you have 5,621 PB64 and 30 RJ90. So those are the 5 tokens that you have. All right.
Mm.
So you just choose how much you want to sell. Again, I would recommend prioritizing doing the token work because we'll be able to double, triple, if not even quadruple the value of your tokens in just a few days of work or a few weeks. I mean, it's just like not a lot of work to increase the value based on the plan that we already have agreed to. It's just a matter of doing the work. But anyways, you're still welcome to sell your tokens whenever you want to. They are yours. So anyways, take a quick break. We're doing 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
Let's
Yeah.
take 3 minutes.
All right, 3 minute break.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
All right. So do we have agreement on topic 4?
Yes.
You want to create the tab or should I create it?
No. Create a tab, please. Okay, let me create it.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay, minutes. Minutes. Topic 3, right? Yeah, created.
Okay, so this is topic 4. I don't see topic 4. Oh, you put it over here. It's topic 4, not topic 3. Topic 4.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. So there's a lot going on here. The first thing I would say is that we had a decision, and that we added a new core value. And our new core value is that we are required to not only have public accountability, but also public interactivity, public engagement and interactivity. All right, so that's our new value, is public engagement and interactivity. Okay, so without public engagement and interactivity, we are not meeting our core values, which obviously we don't do. Okay, so all of these proposals are around how to solve and fix that problem. The first proposal, which changes the work structure, is obviously this new, the proposal is a new public relations position. I don't see it in here, so I don't think I actually copied and pasted. I know I went through this with somebody before, but the position is public relations worker, right? So public relations worker position. So to create a new public relations working position, that would be required to focus on the public image and
Time to
interactivity.
stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Within social media and on our website, and would be ranked and have higher ranking, and would have higher ranking, so could get paid more. Okay, so it would be adding value to the organization and would actually be considered more valuable. Okay, so that's the initial proposal, and we'll go over all of the details, but I want to add some of these other proposals as well because they're related. So if once we create this position, then we have the proposal to do to require workers to actually do updates. And there would be a big difference between the foundational workers. So it's important. This would create so I think the most important detail is that this would create 2 types of worker levels. And the first level would be the foundational backing worker, and they would be, I think I actually did this in Spanish. I think that's why I don't have the links, because it was done in Spanish. I probably should have that here then. Let's see, position. No, I don't see it. No. Anyway, so the foundational backing worker, and then you have the public image worker. Okay, so those are the two types of workers. Does that make sense so far? That there's two, that's the vocabulary we use. So the foundational backing worker, this would be the normal existing worker model, right? And then the public image worker would be the new type of worker model we are creating. Okay, so as an example, you have the proposal that work continuity group foundational workers would be required to do publicly searchable updates and storytelling every session, or go on 50% pay stop for that session. So if you approve this type of proposal, you would very quickly find that, okay, people start doing public updates to our Google groups or wherever, right? And actually move the work forward. Whereas the public image workers, right, they would be required to do social media posting every session or go on 100% pay style, right? So the normal workers have to do the updates and get the updates onto the
Time to pause.
email list.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So normal workers would have to get the update onto the email list or have to actually, write the update, right? But then the public image workers would need to take that update and make sure it gets propagated into the social media, onto the website, into the social media, and with the public, right? So that it would actually go beyond just our internal update. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is the example of how the structure would work. Okay. So then the other proposal is for the recruits on the platform. So what we need to do is we need to be interacting more with the public. So the idea here is to actually start doing that immediately. And the idea for that is that the proposal would be to offer new recruits on paid platforms 25% pay to start publicly searchable communications for, let's say, up to 2 hours until, and this would be until, to complete their temporary recruitment hire proposal. So all they would be doing is doing the recruitment hire proposal temporarily. So it would be a very small amount of time, and they would only be getting paid for 25% pay. So at 2 hours, that would still only be a value of a half an hour overall. Okay. And then if we did this, then we would have 4 levels. I can't remember if we passed the training budget or not. Do you remember it, Lucy? Let's say 3 to 4 levels of pay. So the first level would be 0%, $0 before any recruitment. Then you have 25% value for starting publicly searchable communications. And this would be like, on Facebook, X, LinkedIn, et cetera, right? Google, email, Google group. Email. Then it would be 50% value for their interview and pop, etc. And then you would have, I think we said 90% value for training, and then 100% for normal budget, right? For normal budget. It's training stage.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause.
I don't know
Inhale
whether we passed
together.
the
1,
training
2,
budget.
3.
I don't know either.
Exhale. Relax.
I'm not sure if we passed training budget there, so not sure if we passed the training budget. All right, so anyways, let's go back up. So I mainly just wanted to give you an example of understanding how and why these proposals are going to help us with public relations. So the first thing we do is we're going to hire some new people, and they will only communicate with us on publicly searchable platforms, period. And so that will immediately engage and set it all up, because like once people get into Discord, it's almost impossible to get them off. So this is very important. From there, it's important to understand the difference between the foundational worker, which would just be required to do an update and put that on Discord or on our server or whatever, like our email group. And then this new position that we're talking about hiring would have much stricter responsibilities and have a lot more expectations to be met than the foundational workers. So are you guys understanding that, or any questions on that so far?
No.
Okay, so let's go over the expectations for the new public image worker. So first of all, the public image worker would be actively engaging and communicating on social media and our website with the public. Okay, so that is huge already in a lot of work. they would be expected to have excellent language skills and be able to easily answer and respond to questions on social media and from the public, right? Which is also high level. They would be expected to always immediately respond during sessions. No silence, right? So they would be paid silence. They would be paid to respond and interact, right? Also, they would be expected to show and engage their image with the public in video format. So they would be expected to show their face, right? So expected to show their face to the public for more engaging videos and sessions, right? And then from there, they would be expected to have and learn and implement high-level skills of running
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Running active, engaging sessions and segments for more public interest. So, and basically what that means is that we would hire somebody who would be willing to be recorded and interact in a way that the public would be much more interested in watching those videos and creating segments and engaging, kind of like an interviewer or somebody who is actually, the idea is to create videos about our work that people will actually want to watch and be more interested in. Because if you say something, okay, so what do you think about this proposal? And you just have silence, no one wants to watch that, right? So the idea is to hire someone who is like, they are paid to immediately engage and so this would obviously have, expectations and requirement for highest quality internet and real-time communications and video conferencing abilities. Okay, so we would have a much higher expectation for these type of public image workers, that we would want them to have much better access to internet and communications, so that it's real time and quick and things like that. Because we would want the videos to be more engaging and more interactive and more functional and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's pretty much it as far as like the expectations. Are there any questions or additional expectations we think that this new position would have?
Yes, for me, what I want to add is just that for this position, do we have a fixed pay rate for them, or they are at liberty to decide like the other workers and we vote? That's number one.
Yeah, it would be the same.
Number two.
Oh yeah, number two.
So number two is that for this type of requirement or criteria we're using for this new position, honestly, be sincere, or would I say jokingly, it's not for the people in the whole world. Because for you to have a global brand that attracts global audience, sorry to say, people tend to give more audience or credence to people, to the white people. You understand?
To the what people?
Yes.
To what? To what people?
Time to take a break. Please stop. Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
To somebody who what?
Also, when they have somebody of a white color, you understand, not a black color, you understand. And when I'm also, the accent, the intonation of people from the old world might not be so, we are trying to sell ourselves and we need to speak at a global level. So we need somebody in the new world. So a potential candidate should come from the new world. That is just what I want to specify.
Yeah, well,
Or do you need me to explain further what I just said?
I mean, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that unfortunately in our world that there's priority given to people who are white and people who are more, a certain model conditioning way, right? So so
Yes.
in that context, there is a part of that that is true, but there's also part of that that is very against our values, right? We value everybody as equals. We value a model of
I
existence.
know, I understand that we value everybody to be equal, but this time around, it is not about us, but
Well, let's think about it in terms of
about the
accountability.
society value in our own nation. You understand? So it's my own. That's my own opinion, suggestion. It is subjected to debates or approval or whatever by the members, but that is just what I feel. It
Yeah.
goes along because I've tested some projects like that along the line, and that is one of the key things that people tend to, just imagine somebody that is fronting for Facebook and the candidate appears to be somebody from the whole world. I'm not saying there are no perfect or good candidate in the whole world, but the way at which the people, the society think, we might say this is our own belief system or our own core value, what we stand for. But what about the people who are trying to buy him? You understand? So that is just what I want us to look at and consider. Not that we are trying to segregate or we're trying to pull down anybody or race or whatever, but that is just the basic truths.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I mean, I understand what you're saying, and part of that is what we're trying to change, right? But for me, the key is the criteria and not necessarily the color of someone's skin or their language barriers or all that kind of stuff. Like the way to think about it is that okay, the criteria is that they are good at talking, that they're good at communicating, they can respond quickly. There's some level of entertainment value in their communication ability. And not only is it really just the entertainment value and entertainment value of the communication, most likely you're always going to have two people at least, right? So in that context of having two people, the entertainment value is not just in the individual, it is also the relationship between both people on screen, right? So in that context, you could have two very, very good public speakers who are really good at presenting our image to the world, but they just don't work together at all. So you either would have to separate them and have two separate individual channel communications, or you would need to hire someone who does work with the person that we like more, right? So in that context, it's all about functionality, that they need to be functionally able to communicate and engage at the level of the expectations that we would want. And then the second thing is the accountability. The accountability is that these workers, these public image workers would work for the co-op, and that means that they are accountable to presenting the image of the foundational workers and the co-op as a whole, which means that it doesn't matter if they are the most amazing, beautiful person who just everybody loves. If they can't present our image in a way that we like, we should vote them out and fire them because they're representing us. They're representing our community to the public, and therefore they need to do that well. And if they can't represent, even if they're a really good speaker and they're really good at what they do and they're really, really excellent at engaging people and even bringing in money, if they're not representing who we are and saying bad things or saying horrible things or disrespectful things, or they are just not really presenting what we are asking them to do, we can still fire them. Does that make sense? Like they need to be accountable to the
Of
co-op.
course, definitely,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah. So I think the accountability is very important, that they're accountability, that they are accountable to the co-op, and that their criteria involves entertainment and value and their ability to work with the other people who are on screen. So entertainment, value, communicating, You might have two people and they need to be entertaining not just by themselves, but with the other people on screen. And then from there, I think in terms of understanding the bigger picture, our goal is to be multilingual.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
We're already moving into already starting the Spanish team, right? So they eventually will have a Swahili team. Eventually we'll have a Bengali team, right? So as we get new teams that are speaking different languages, we are going to want to have public image workers in each of our priority approved languages to be the voice of that language. And so in that context, the only place where it makes sense to have, quote, potentially more white, person English is for English speaking to fundraise money from the United States or whatever. So if we want to be fundraising money from the United States where there's the most money, or Europe or whatever, we want to be utilizing image and perspective for doing that. But when we're talking about our Spanish speaking team, it would be ridiculous to have an English speaker who's there, or the Swahili team and the Bengali team. You don't want a white person being that. You want someone who can represent the Bengali team or represent the Swahili team or represent the Spanish team, right? So in that context, in the bigger picture of what we're creating, what you're saying is only applicable to like the United States English, liberal team, like it's just one component of the bigger picture, right? So, and it's really just for fundraising. How can we prioritize bringing in the max amount of value by hiring somebody who connects with the public? So I agree with what you're saying, Martins, and we should do that, but only in the context of a very small sliver of our bigger goals, because our bigger goals, we want to put every color, every culture, every different type of value in front of the camera, in front of the world, because each team and each language and each culture is going to have different representation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So I think that the only other thing left is to answer your question about the money. And that was like the next part here is the money. So the money is very important and it's very specific. And it's kind of like a sub-proposal. So I'm actually going to turn this into an umbrella proposal. So the umbrella proposal is to approve the following two proposals to create the new public relations position or public image position, image worker position, and to change the rankings and value of our internal worker pay rates. Okay.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So the details on the pay rates, basically what I would say is that we would change the current $5 for Old World and $15 for New World to the following. Okay, so the new model would be $4 for Old World. So so fluent liberal English, right? And then you have foundational worker, and then you've got image worker. Okay, image worker. So the two costs would be for the foundational worker would be $4 per hour, and the image worker would be $6 per hour. And so that would reduce the foundational worker by $1 and increase the image worker by $1. So it's good to note that the model here is to reduce foundational by $1 and increase image by $1. Okay, and then that creates an exact 1.5x ratio, right? So between $4 and $6 is exactly 50% increase of value. Okay.
So I got
And-
a notice that the recording has stopped.
Oh, well, I had 3 recordings going, so we're fine. And it looks like my disk is full, so I can't do that recording anyways. I can't restart it. Okay, so that would be for old world. All right, and then for new world, so this is old world, and then for new world, it would be $12 an hour for foundational worker, and then $18 per hour for the new image worker. And then that would bring us to the other one would be the non-fluent liberal the non-fluent non-English. So this would be like Spanish. Example Spanish or other languages. So for that it would be for foundational workers. They would be at $1 per hour for old world and $1.5 per hour.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
Okay, so basically for the non-English, it would be $1 per hour for old world, $3 per hour for new world, and then $4.50 per hour for the image worker new world. Okay, so you can see how the value for the non-English is significantly low right now. So it's $4.50 versus $18 per hour. So we could pay someone already to be a Spanish-speaking image worker up to $4.50 an hour at the same ranking. And then it would be up to $18 an hour for an English worker in like, US or whatever. So in that context, what would you be looking at, and this should help us with fundraising and everything. So what we'll be looking at is that this only affects the rankings, right? So the way to think about it is that the recruits, workers and recruits would still follow the same policies and choose their own pay rate, but the rankings would change. This only affects the rankings. So the values above are all the same equal value of the same rankings. Okay, so if you're getting paid $18 an hour for image work, public image worker liberal English, that would be exactly the same value in the rankings as a Spanish speaker foundational worker making $1 an hour in the old world. Right? Those would be exactly the same ranking. Does that make sense? So it's the same value. Okay? So it doesn't change at all the process. Everyone still chooses their own value, so anyone can choose to work above or below these values. The only thing that's affected is the rankings. Does that make sense? Yeah. And overall, I think it's fair. Like the old model is $5 an hour and $15 an hour, and then the new model changes it to $4 an hour and $6 an hour, and I think or $4 an hour and $18 an hour, and I think it's pretty fair. Or actually, it's $4 an hour and $12 an hour is the new model. So the old model is $5 an hour and $15 an hour.
Stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And then the new model would take the foundational worker and change it from $5 and $15 an hour to $4 and $12 an hour. Foundational. And I think that's fair because we can't just, have the image workers getting $10 and $20. I mean, it's just too much, So we need to reduce the value of the current foundational workers in order to be able to increase the value of the image workers, and that value is equal $1 below and $1 up. So it's perfectly equal between the foundational image worker value. All right, check. I think that's the whole proposal. And I'm very excited about it because this could completely transform our entire, it might take many, many months, if not a year, to get this all set up and even hire our first public image worker. But once we do, it's just very exciting. Also, it's good to know, I guess this is one other detail. In the model that I'm proposing is that when we hire public image workers, they will always start as a foundational worker and then work up towards their public image responsibilities, right? So if once you join the team, you don't automatically join the team as a public image worker. You join the team as a foundational worker, and then you prove and you show that you can present the image of the public. But we're going to hire people with the intent of bringing them on as a public image worker, but they would always start as a foundational worker. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah. Because it doesn't make sense that someone would just magically immediately be able to be the public image of the network. You know, that's something that they have to prove that they can do that. So they would get a chance, you know, new hires would get a chance to prove that they can meet the much more difficult work of the public image workers. So there's just simply a lot more expectations for public image workers because they're, you know, required to just be much more interactive and do the work and do the updates and do the social media and all of it, you know. And it's also good to note that there will be a lot of foundational workers still involved in social media, right? Because there's a lot of behind the scenes work on social media, you know, so there's still lots of work involved for foundational workers within social media and session
Time to stretch.
segmentation
Please
and
stop,
updates.
stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Cool. Anyways, I think that's pretty much it. I think it's a very major change, and there's a lot that goes into this. So it is makes sense that it would be pretty substantial proposal. But I'm excited about it, and I think this proposal, along with these other proposals, will completely transform how we experience and interact with the public. You know, because like we will just immediately be hiring people. They will only be doing publicly interactable and searchable communications from the moment we hire them within the actual process of the recruitment. And then we will start requiring workers to do the updates, or they would have, I think they should have pay stops. And then we will, you know, I'm also open to different types of proposals for less pay stops, or I don't know. We have to figure out how we want to do that, but that would only be applicable to work continuity group. But I just feel like without the pay stop, the updates are never going to happen. It's either it affects your pay or it's just never going to happen. So if people can think of a better option without having to do a pay stop to make sure we do our public updates, and I don't care if it's 25% pay stop or 10% pay stop or whatever we agree to, it just, we need something. Yeah. So anyways, I don't know if we want to vote on this now, but I think maybe better just to put into the voting forms because it's a substantial proposal and maybe it needs a little bit of review.
Yes.
But I'm excited that we got to present it and work on it together and actually get these proposals organized because this is a lot that goes into this. But I'm very excited.
We'll see that too. What I just want to say is that you said that anyone recruited to this position as a new worker, they don't just get to jump to that much higher position of image worker. So is there a duration that it will take them transit straight to on foundational to image worker, or there are specific requirements that if they can meet within a space of few times they've been involved, they automatically
Time
get
to
promoted
pause.
to image
Please
worker.
stop. Close
I
your
mean,
eyes.
I think it's just
Count.
accountability,
1,
right?
2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Public image workers are accountable to the co-op, and therefore the co-op has to be comfortable, right? Co-op has to be comfortable with them being the face of the co-op, right? So the moment that the co-op is willing to vote and support the public image worker to be the face of the co-op, boom, their ranking changes. And the moment that we no longer like them as the public image of the face of the co-op, we remove them, and they're no longer, and their ranking changes, right? So it's really up to the co-op and whether or not we support that individual to be the public image and face of our organization. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. So it's all about accountability. That the public image worker,
So
and then
the
also
one that is only going to be image worker, right? They don't get involved on anything.
no, all public image workers still have to do all the foundational work and everything, all the normal work. They still have to do client work. Everything is the same, right? They're just getting paid more money because they're also taking on the added responsibilities of being the public image, right? That's why we're paying them more money, is because they're also helping us with fundraising. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's perfectly fine if they only work on fundraising and they only work on the public image, but it doesn't change the fact that they're still responsible to make sure all the client work income gets done and all the other normal work gets done, right? So let's make sure it's very clear. So public image workers are still and always responsible as all other owners to get all the client work income completed and all the internal operations, etc., etc. You know, they're taking on extra work. The reason why we're paying them more money and ranking them higher is because they have more work to do than a foundational worker. So foundational workers can make agreements with public image workers, right? And say, okay, as a foundational backing worker, I will support and do all the back end work and make sure we get all of our client work done and make sure we get all of our taxes and all that. And then you can focus on the social media and focus on the public image work without having to worry about the payroll and all the other internal operations. But the moment that the payroll doesn't get done, the public image worker is just as responsible for payroll as any other worker. That's why they're getting paid more money.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
And it's also good to note that, like, for example, you know, Lucy may not be a good public image worker for English, like liberal English in the United States or whatever, but she might be a great public image worker for the Swahili team, right? So depending on the culture, depending on the language, I would be an absolutely terrible public image worker for Swahili, right? Or even Spanish. Like, I don't know if I'll be good at Spanish, but if the Spanish team likes me and feels that I, as a founder within the Unity vision and within SFC, they want me on the Spanish, you know, public image team, the Spanish team can choose to appoint me into the public image position if they want to, right? But I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it without also having another Spanish public image worker who really is, the, you know, Spanish is their fluent primary language, because I don't feel like I could personally capture the nuance of the Spanish language to be able to really represent the vision, right? But at the same time, it still might be exciting that, you know, of the hundreds of languages in the world, there is only 2 languages, the English and the Spanish. There's only one other language that even exists that I could even attempt to present the vision that I've been working on for decades. So that could be very exciting for people to see in Spanish. So they might want me to be there, but I might be more of like a guest as opposed to the primary image person, where they're asking me questions and I'm presenting the vision as best as I can, and then they could help translate. Whereas that would be different than the actual primary public image worker, who would be the face and be the person who's actually conducting the interview, right? So we'll see how the Spanish language evolves, but I don't think that I would ever feel comfortable being the public image worker for Spanish by myself. Whereas English, I would have no problem being promoted into the public image worker position within the English liberal branch to help with fundraising by myself, right? And then through that we could set up responsibilities and segments of how we could set up to do segments where I would just be by myself, and then the two of you would be helping support the back end of setting up. I would basically just speaking as if I was just talking to the public by myself, and it could just be a segment. So we would, for example, let's say we pass this proposal. So let's go down to line 120. So example of a public image worker segment, right? So this would be a video segment.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So the first thing we would do is basically have a studio publication plan. So what are we going to do? Which platform? Obviously, it would probably be YouTube. YouTube, maybe where would we present the information? How could we generate funds from the posts, right? And that might which channel, which team is being represented in the post, and then from there possibly links to important information, including the token or where to donate, etc., right? We want to make sure that the information is there so that people can actually give us money, right? I mean, that's the goal, right? So then what we do is we set up the segment. So the segment might be, summary of our Thursday, Friday, September 19th, 20th main session, right? So that might be the title of the summary. So then what we want to prioritize, we could say, okay, we created new trust structures, exciting times for the Unity vision. We could talk 30-second sound bite on the Unity vision. We could talk about the new model for payroll trust, and we could talk about the new public image position and recruitment. So that would be, you guys wouldn't even have to say anything. You certainly could say something if you wanted to, but you don't have to. I would be the public image worker. We would do the segment, and then we would wrap it up, and then we would publish it, publishing steps, and then we would just put it out to the public or schedule it, right? And then we would do the recording. Maybe we would say it would be 5 to 10 minute segment that we would record at the end of the session to kind of present the summary of what happened during the session, and then we would just record it, and you guys would maybe help with the sound and help with make sure that the lighting's correct and make sure that everything looks good, so there could be a lot of background goals. So there could be everything from lighting, sound, timing. You could even have editing afterwards. You could also do the priorities and goals, like maybe it could be anything from helping set up the segment to be successful, right? And then so you're, as the background workers, helping make sure that everything's ready.
Write down whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
And you could be, oh my god, that was terrible, we need to do that again. Right? So maybe I laugh or trip or something like that, or the light turns off, something happens during the recording and it's just terrible, and we're just like, oh my god, this isn't going to work, we have to do it again, right? And then you would be able to watch it in real time, and so anyways, we could work together. So even though you have one single public image worker as a single face in front of the camera, the two of you could help as the foundational backing workers with all the behind the scenes stuff to make sure that the segment goes well, that we record it properly, and then that we're able to publish it and get it out to the public. And hopefully, if we do that over and over and over again, every single day, every single session, we have a direct connection with the public. People will start noticing us. We can start prioritizing topics, a list of priority topics that are exciting, exciting topics like what is unity? What is the vision of the SFC co-op? What is the idea for our, the coalition to end societal abuse? What is our vision for sustainability? How does a cryptographic cooperative work? Just interesting topics that we could just talk about for 5-10 minutes here and there. So when we don't have a very interesting, maybe one day all we do is focus on payroll, right? So like during a session, we just do payroll, right? And so, but instead of doing an update on payroll, which we could do, instead we were like, let's do an update to the public on the SFC co-op, why it's so cool and why they should join. And then also talk about like the tokens and how they can, all the value and like the vision of the co-op, and then we do a segment on that instead. So we could have a list of all these cool priority topics that the public would be much more into instead of just an update on payroll. And so then at the end of the payroll session, instead of doing just a segment on payroll, we could be like, well, today we worked on payroll, but instead of updating you on the payroll, which is really boring, we're going to update you on how cool the SFC co-op is. And just basically be like, this is what we're working on for the co-op. This is the vision. This is how you can get involved. 5-10 minutes. And then we publish that or schedule it to be published. So the idea would be to just like constantly every day, every session be required to be interacting with the public and doing these updates and doing this engagement. And if we keep doing that day after day after day, within possibly weeks of if not months, but certainly within a year, we could start getting traction and people would actually know who we are, and people could start actually, giving us money. That makes sense? So the model is all here. We've been wanting to do this for years and years and years and years and years. It's just like these little pieces missing where we get so consumed with the foundational work that we never get to the public image side of it. And then we never actually do the updates and no one knows who we are. So I think this could be one of the most important proposals that we ever vote on in terms of affecting how much money we get paid, affecting how many people know who we are and what we do. And I know it sounds scary saying like, okay, we don't get paid unless we do our daily updates for our sessions. So we have to do one small segment every single session. And it's kind of scary saying, okay, we wouldn't get paid. But at the same time, we're definitely not going to get paid if we don't interact with the public, right? So maybe we get paid for a month or 2 months, but then we're going to go bankrupt or we're going to fail. So by saying, okay, we have to do this tiny little update, I don't care if it's 25% pay stop or even 10% pay stop. The point is that they're just, if it affects our pay, 25% pay stop or even a 10% pay stop, if it affects our pay, we're going to do it. And I think the pay would only affect that session. So if you miss a an update to the public, it wouldn't stop us from being able to just do the next session, right? So we do the next session, we hopefully would do it and we'll get the money, right? But I feel like if we're going to hire a public image worker, they should be required to do it. It should be like, okay, this is your job. This is why we're hiring you as a public image worker. If you don't do it, you don't get paid, right? Foundational workers, you don't have to do a public update every session and you'll still get paid half your pay or 75% of your pay or 90% of your pay. You'll still get paid even if you don't interact with the public. But if we're hiring a public image worker, this is what we're hiring for. You have to not only do the update and put it on, our website or our email Google group, you have to get it on social media and you have to get it out to the public or you just don't get paid. That's what we're hiring you for. So if we can find people who are willing to work under that circumstance, I don't think there's any way we won't make money. and we can start making who knows how much money, and our tokens can start going up in value, and we could just be extremely successful. But if we hire people and they just want to get paid and they don't publish and they don't get in front of the public and they don't do our daily updates for our sessions, we're not going to be successful. So we have to figure out how to create that balance and how to make sure.
And
It's
the
4
break.
o'clock.
Time to start. Please get focused on the session.
How to make sure that those updates happen every single session, every single day. Yeah.
Wow.
So anyways, this is pretty big time stuff. I'm really excited about it. If we can find some people to do this type of work, it could transform everything. So not only could we be interacting with the public and actually be engaging and start actually doing what we're supposed to be here doing, and people actually knowing who we are, we might actually be able to bring in a lot of money, because this is the only way to bring in money with what we're doing. The only other way to bring in money is grants. So if we look at our revenue generation options, every single other option, revenue generation. So there is fundraising, there's grants, there is investor relations, there's donors, donations, there's token sales, and there's client sales, right? Grants is the only one that doesn't require public multimedia relations. You know, this is also multimedia. I mean, we're basically talking about the most important component of multimedia right now. So this is kind of the same thing as multimedia. But grants does require building relationships with foundations that would provide the money. So you still have to interact publicly. You have to make phone calls, but it's more of a one-on-one thing. All the fundraising, all the investor relations, donor relations, token sales, client sales, all of this requires public engagement directly with the public in order to be functional, right? So all of these require multimedia, whereas the grants, not so much. But I would even argue that if we do all of our updates and we're constantly interacting with the public, the grants are actually going to be easier too. Because the foundations are going to go to our website, they're going to go to our social media, and they're going to see that we're interacting with the public, and they're going to be more interested in funding us if they know that we're actually doing good work. Yeah? Yeah. So I think those are the only ways I can think of getting money. Can you guys think of any other ways of getting money? I think that's it. It's just these are the 6, right? There's 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yeah. So those are our options for bringing in money, and 5 out of the 6 of them basically are based on multimedia and social media and interacting with the public. And the only other way to get money is grants. So we absolutely 100% need to be doing grants, and it's part of our client work.
Time
It's
to
VA
pause.
work, and it's
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, I think
4,
that's
5. Open your eyes.
And it's really sad that we got rid of our pay stops. Like, can you imagine if we kept going with our pay stops now? We already would have turned in like 3 grants by now, because we had pay stops and everything set up for grants. We were working on grants regularly because of the pay stops, and we would have already turned in 3 grants. We could have already been bringing in grant money by now if it wasn't the fact where, you know, Name Noah Tay, Eileen and Alex and others basically just destroyed and completely eradicated the previous organization. So anyways, I think we're capable of getting the grants up and running again, but we would have to actually put in that effort. But maybe it's better just to focus on the multimedia, since 5 out of the 10 options for funds are multimedia and doing the public image position, and focusing on that first and then worrying about doing the grants later. Because, you know, I don't know. I'm down to work on grants tomorrow if someone wanted to do it, but it's just like, you can see here 5 out of the 6 are public image worker work, and then just 1 out of the 6 is not. So I think it's pretty clear we should probably prioritize the public stuff above the grants. But I'm also down to work on the grants. I mean, we should be working on the grants at least once a week.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Okay. Okay.
I could
We
go
can
on
have
and
a
on.
lot.
So I would say we just throw all of this on a voting form, and then we can vote on it since these are pretty big proposals and big changes, and it would be good to see if other people have questions about them, as opposed to just the three of us, and then that would be good. And the same thing with the trust proposals. The trust proposals are much simpler because we can basically I can move forward with them without agreement since we're not it doesn't affect the money within the SFC, it only affects future money. So, but it's still better if we got agreement on it. So if we just throw all this in a voting form, I think it would be good. And then and that's it. So anything else on this topic? Otherwise, I think we're ready to wrap up and check out.
No.
So
It's a lot of information that you need to digest.
yeah, I mean it's a lot of stuff, but it's basically just you know you just have this new position. It's the new public relations position.
Yeah.
And they would be responsible for major updates to the public every single day, every single session. And we would actually start doing video imaging of, people interacting with the public in both English and
Time
Spanish
for breath.
as soon as
Please
possible.
stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
And it's good to note here that under our policies, it would not be required to do a video segment update. You would meet the policy simply by doing a post. Like you could just do a post. This is a update, a couple sentences on what happened during the session, and then a link to our tokens so they can buy our tokens if they wanted to, or donate. Link to donate, right? So I think that's all it's required, which shouldn't take longer than 10, 15 minutes, right? At the end of every session, you just send out an update to the public. So that's pretty easy. But the real purpose of the public image worker is because that can be done by a foundational worker. A foundational worker can just write up a little post and post it. The public image worker, the idea is actually putting your face and your image and your ideas and your voice into the public realm and actually present yourself to the public on video, because I think that would engage 100 times more people than just a written post. Yeah. But we can do a little of both. Martins?
Yes. Just like I was, when I started, the second time I considered joining the organization, I did a little search. I went on the internet, I tried to search for SFC, FFC, I didn't see anything. I went on YouTube, not until I searched for Jay's name, when I just saw a video, when I think you're a politician, there was this particular section that you were doing like a community campaign about being a member of a particular something. I saw that video. That was the only video I saw about Jay's work. Not until when I joined the Discord section, I started seeing update about our session on the YouTube and everything. Be that as it may, what I want to say is that if this position is actually voted on or approved, there is a need for peace talk. That will motivate them to do the work efficiently, because more money will be going to this particular position or department. So in order for them to ensure that they deliver, there's a need for us to emphasize and
Time to
attach
pause.
to it.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
So until they finally can deliver, but if they can still deliver, then we push them up, we begin to take them up. That's just it. Because a lot of things are involved. Number one, anyone that does not have a good social media marketing strategy might not be a good fit for this. You might have content, it's all about, when you're talking about this position, you'll be considering not just the the audio, vocalizing, expression, not just the text, the visual aspect of it is there. How to convert and engage. So a lot of things are involved. So I want to say that I'm foreseeing a future, a process or a situation whereby it might take us some months or years to actually get the perfect destination or the perfect thing that we actually want to achieve with this new position. So more like we're testing the water to see how deep the water is, sort of.
Definitely. Yeah, I agreed. There's definitely no question that that this could be a very long-term thing, for sure. Our social value group website comes up pretty quick. That's pretty cool. And then if you do, but I do agree that the social freelancer community definitely does not come up because it's brand new. I mean, even FQN comes up better. So if you do FQN Community Network, right? That was our old group. That comes up a little bit, Global FQN Community Network, YouTube. So, but the SFC does not come up because it's brand new, right? Social Freelance Community. So, I mean, we have a website, but we just don't use it yet. So the website that we will have eventually is socialfreelancecommunity.com. And so if we start using this website, it will come up on Google when you do social freelance community, right? So this is definitely just a matter of time before we get our website set up for social freelance community, and then we can start doing posts on it regularly if we're posting, and putting all our videos on it and everything. So I think that it's just a matter of time before Google will make it so that social freelance community comes up.
Time to stretch. Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
Especially if we start doing all this public image work. So anyways, anything else, Lucy Martins? Otherwise, I think we're ready to wrap up.
Let's wrap up. Nothing else for me.
All right, so total.
I didn't have my day today.
Yeah, you said a lot, Lucy. You've been doing good. We're making a lot of progress. So total time for main session. So we started at 4 hours, 4.25 hours. I'm going to say straight up 4.5 hours. So this is a really long session. In fact, it almost goes into overtime. Anything over 4 hours or 5 hours. I don't know. I can't remember if it's 4 or 5 hours straight. It goes into overtime. Either way, pretty brutal session. So anything else on the wrap-up questions before we go to checkouts?
Yeah, on wrap up, I like if you can let me know the amount for my. I don't understand the amount.
The amount for what?
So for token.
For the tokens?
Yes.
I already gave you the link to your Trust wallet, so you just have the total amount of the Trust wallet. So here's your.
I just have Trust wallet, but I don't know. I just see.
Well, but you go to your Trust wallet, and you can see here, for example, you have 287. Can you hear me?
Say you go to the Trust wallet link.
Yeah, so you have 287 1LOQ tokens, right?
Yes.
So if you want to sell 100 of them, you just write, okay, I want to sell 100 1LOQ tokens. Or if you want to sell 1,000 PP64, you say, okay, I want to sell 1,000 PP64 tokens. If you want to sell all of them, you would say, I want to sell 5,624.28 PP64 tokens.
What's gonna be their dollars amount in dollars?
The dollar amount's a little bit more complicated. So to figure the dollar amount out, the best thing to do for that is going to the guide. So we have the guide on selling tokens. So we go to that. Wait, nope, that's different. A guide for tokens. Okay, so here we have all of the different tokens right here. RJ9D, PB64, 664Z, 672, and VO2. Okay, so these are the tokens and these are the swaps that you can do at
Time to
Pancake
pause.
Swap.
Please stop. Close
So
your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
you would go to the Pancake Swap where we do the tokens, and then you have the tokens here and you have the token addresses, so you can figure out exactly the value of every single token. So in this case, I would just go to like, okay, we have to go to the right chain. So you have to be on base chain. So I'm going to switch to base chain. And then we want to do, let's say, the 1LOQ token. And then you're going to want to change it to US dollar coin, right? So let's say 100 1LOQ tokens is going to be equal to $6, $5.95. Okay, that makes sense? So it's also good to note here that this doesn't actually include the 1L. There's two new tokens that are brand new. So there's the 1LOQ, and then there is the JSHN token. So these are two additional tokens that we need to update. But anyways, the token that obviously has the most value is the PB64. PB64. And so if you're doing this token, let's say you wanted to sell 1,000 of these, that would be valued at $70.90 currently. But especially with PB64, there's another way you can sell. So Pancake Swap is the easiest place to sell. But there is another thing I found. It's called Open Ocean, I believe. Open Ocean DeFi. Open Ocean. So this is what it's called. It's an aggregator. So it aggregates all the different liquidity pools all over the place. And so this can get better prices when you have, like, the PB64 token is actually on multiple. It's on Uniswap as well as Pancake Swap. So you end up getting a better price when you do an aggregator. So in this case, we would take the PB64 token. So I just copy and paste the actual address on here, and we're going to add the custom token.
Can you share the screen so that I can do the rest?
Oh, yeah, I can share a screen. It wasn't working very well before, but I'll try again. It's not letting me import. I'm not sure why. Let's try again. All right, so I know why, because we need to go to base. Base, okay. So there's a base. We say we want to go from...
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale, relax.
So we have PB64, and we want to go to US dollar coin. I don't know why it says AXL US dollar coin. Like we just want, oh yeah, there we go, normal US dollar coin, right? And then we want this to be PB64. And then we're doing the same 1,000 PB64. It still says $73. Huh. That's weird. I don't see any improvement. Maybe this wasn't the one that I did before. Maybe this is the wrong website. I don't know. I thought this was the right website, but it might have been a different one. We should have gotten this all organized. I'm also kind of falling apart here because we've been going for so long. But to try to remember where it was that we had it. What? I'm a little busy right now, but like maybe like 10 minutes. Anyway, so for that one, at least it's exactly the same. There's no, actually you get $3 additional. So this one's $70.90, whereas this one you're gonna get $73. So you do technically get a few more dollars, but it's still just very, very low compared. Maybe that's just because it's a smaller amount. So let's say you did 5,000. For this you get almost 300, whereas for here, if you do 5,000, you're only gonna get 250. So yeah, so if you do a smaller amount, like 1,000, the aggregator doesn't really matter as much because the total value is only like a $3 difference. But when you do a 5,000, here you're getting 296, and here you're only getting 254. So you actually get a substantial amount more, like almost $40 more, by using the aggregator. So in smaller amounts, the aggregator doesn't really matter, because again, if the aggregator you do like 100, it's going to be $7.81, versus here if you're doing 100, it's going to be $7.78. So smaller amounts, the aggregator just really doesn't make any difference at all. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's it. Let me link the aggregator here so people can use it if they wanted to. So
Time
I'll
to
put that right
pause.
here.
Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
And if you want me to look up any other values for you, I'm happy to do that. Obviously, you could do it for yourself, but I can do it for you right now if you want me to. But I'm gonna add these. I'm gonna add these other tokens here as well, so that they're easily accessible in the guide. This 1LOQ is our output token. The JSHN token is our setup token. The PB64 is the old work token for FQN, right? This is FQN port. All right. So those are all of the tokens updated there, which is good. So what is it that you wanted to look at?
I want to sell PB6 PB664 5,000.
Well, I already did that one, right? So the 5,000 PB, if you did all or just 5,000. So 5,000 is $296.86. So I can update that on your thing here, or is it? No, what do I do with it? I need to reset all of this stuff. This is ridiculous. Okay, here it is. Okay. So for PB64, if you sell 25% of your tokens, that would be 5,624, 1,406. So with the aggregator, you can get a little bit more. So this would be $101. So it went down a little bit, 101. But basically it's the same amount. So 101 for 25%, 181 for 50%, 75% is 243, and 100% is 293. But if you did the aggregator, you might get a little bit more. So 5,624 will get you 324.18.
Whatever you were about to say and take a break for 6 minutes.
So you could technically get a tiny bit more. But again, if we just do like a few hours of work and just update all of the token agreements we already agreed to, we should be able to, as much as double, if not quadruple, the value of all the tokens. So it's up to you what you want to do. whether you want to do the work first, but either way, this is still a lot better than it was before, and certainly a lot better than the value of the FQN token. So you can see here the current value of the SFC tokens is about 7 cents, right? And the same token for FQN, which would be T2ML, I don't think it even comes up because no one even trades it, right? So we have to go to the guide, and we would go over here to the FQN tokens, and the equivalent is T2ML. So if we're looking at T2ML, the current value of the T2ML token is much, much lower. 0.005. So instead of 7 cents, it's worth half a penny. And this is because there's no value in the FQN tokens anymore, because the FQN tokens, no one's doing any work. And everyone just wanted to get paid endlessly to not do any work. So there's no value. And also the tokens for the SFC tokens are going to go up in value as well, because of the new model we have for the value. We're going to be putting value into the tokens every month, so we need to get that updated.
Okay. May you put the link that has all the calculation on wrap-up?
I did already, didn't I? So here's wrap up. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, so I need to get you the guide. So where is the guide? So this is the guide. This is the token guide. So did you have any other questions about the tokens, or?
Now I'm going to do the calculation and fill the form, because I need to go to hospital. I have a eyes problem that I need to see the doctor. I cannot see machine well right now.
Yeah, we do have. Oh my God, my eyes too is the worst. If you need glasses or something, we could help you get glasses. In our budget, we do have some funds available for health costs. So if we go to the calculations here, it is so the health benefits is 4%. So they're $25 for this month plus you, but I mean it's probably at least $100 or $200 in there. In the internal benefit pools for health, maternity leave, paid leave, all of the health stuff. So there is some money in there already, because we put the capital payouts. Remember, we had the negative balance for the capital payouts, but for the internal benefits pool, even though we still have to do the client work to have that money in escrow, that value is there, and we've been accumulating that value for multiple months. So we could calculate that all up, and I'm assuming that it would add up to at least $100. And that's certainly money that could be considered for a proposal. And then the half-year bonuses also is at least a couple $100, because that's going to be available for the end of the year in December. We'll be able to distribute the half-year bonuses. But the half-year bonuses are for the first time ever tied to the client work income. The more client work we do, the more bonuses we get. All right? So it's very important that we actually do our bonuses,
So
and do the
how
client work.
can someone do the proposal if you need for medical?
Well, the first thing I would do is I would add up the total value between all of the payrolls and see how much money we have in the co-op internal benefits pool for health, maternity, paid leave. So then everybody would be informed with how much money is available. So this would be our internal benefits pool for the SFC co-op. So the first task would be just to add up total value that is in the pool. You could also simultaneously add up the total capital payouts for the back pay, because it would be good to have that tracked as well. then you just say, okay, you know, make a proposal to the co-op. This is the total we have, and I am proposing to take this much for my health needs, right? So it's up to the team to agree to it. But obviously, let's say there's $200 available, and you're like, I
And
want.
time to start. Please get focused on the session.
Then I propose the full $200 for Lucy, right? Everyone might be like, oh, I don't know. I mean, we could vote on less, but we could say, okay, if you voted for $100 for Lucy, then we would all agree to $100. But I think under our policies, if you propose $200, we could still all agree to 100 or 150 or whatever we're willing to agree to, just like we do for back pay in the past, So it would be the max. The $200 would represent the max pay. But it's important for us to know the total value that's in the pool, because that's the money we're working with. And if anybody else wanted to take a sick leave or take vacation or get paid to not work, that's where the money would come from.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Thank you.
Yeah. And if you need help with that, we can just prioritize it during a session, and I'm happy to do that with you as well.
Yeah, we have a session tomorrow. You can say it's on that Zoom.
So as far as like some next steps here, so we have the voting form. Is someone going to take care of the voting form?
Yeah.
Lucy? Awesome.
Yes.
And then we can also see what other topics we didn't get to. So we've got budgeting for the allotment. Also for the allotment, we need to keep that as a separate tab for every month so that we can keep track of it. The invoicing, some of the HR board stuff, legal payroll is not really big. So I think we pretty much. Oh, and then we have the multiplier that we need to update. So we need to update the multiplier, and actually update the payroll amounts, because this will actually help with value going to the team and the tokens, which is all very important. Okay, so the voting form I think is the most important thing. We'll make that orange. And you could also schedule with Martins and train him on how to do a voting form if you wanted. Also, we need to schedule the orientation for Martins and Nicolas. I don't know if Nicolas is still involved or not, but he's still in the budget, so what do you do? I think that's it for next steps.
We also need to transfer the fund. I think we have not yet transferred the funds.
Yes, transfer the funds. It's $1,000 for non-profits and for profit accounts, 3,000 total. So yes, we do need to transfer that fund.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Good schedule for that too if we need. All right, let's check out. Should we check out?
Yes.
Okay. I can start. I would give the session a 6.75. We did miss some breaks. It went way too long. But at the same time, I feel like we kind of needed that because there's just so many things going on. I mean, we've done 6-hour, even 8-hour co-op sessions in the past. And I feel like we just were behind on a lot of things, so it just was good to kind of catch up on some of the proposals. I think some of these proposals are just extremely important for the future of the co-op. I feel like especially some of the public imaging and actually getting our voice out there and actually interacting and fundraising and trying to get functional is just so important to everything. So that is very exciting for the public image vision. Not as excited about the trusts. I mean, I think the trusts are super important, super important for the structural legal functioning of the co-op and the whole network. So I'm excited about that. I mean, I can now actually believe that there will be a day where I will actually get paid, and that pay will continue, and that I don't have to worry about other people getting paid, because it will just be out of my control and out of all of our control. That when we put the money in there, that it's just not available for anything else. So I think that's a good thing. I think it's you know, I've been doing this for 10 years. I should have some stable pay. If anyone else wants to work on this for 10 years and help bring in money and funding, then they should get their own trust business, irrevocable trust, payroll as well. So that is easily arrangeable for anyone who wants to help fundraise and bring in money. As far as work I'm going to be doing, I'm definitely going to be working on the trusts. I'm going to work on the trust agreements. I'm going to be getting the trusts set up and start funding them, and then we'll start evaluating and verifying all the money that's in them and all that. So I'm excited about that. I will also be working on anything related to the tokens and getting the token profiles together and moving that all forward. I'd like to schedule for the orientation if we want to do the orientation. I also would be willing to do all of the payroll work for Miguel and make sure Miguel gets paid and make sure he's happy with his pay.
Time for breath. Please stop and get ready. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Inhale together. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Relax.
I also want to schedule for the Unity token payroll, because that's all ready to go as well. So that's super exciting. And I also want to be starting doing fundraising and social media, multimedia, outreach, recruitment. And I'll be voting on all these proposals. So kind of the first step is getting agreement on these proposals. We can move forward with everything. And I'm sure I'll be doing like 100 other things too. Check.
Okay.
Lucy, you want to go next?
Yeah. Giving session 6.5. It was a long session ever since I stopped. We stopped Andromeda, having session during Andromeda session for main session. I'm going to work on voting form, payroll, doing calculations for, I think, for health benefits, budget, and taxes. I'm really struggling actually. I have really eyes problem. It's start like almost 1 month right now. I've been struggling so much. So hope I'll get treatment when I check.
How old are you, Lucy?
32.
32. Well, you're still somewhat young, but my eyes started going around, late 30s. And by the time you get in your 40s, I don't know what it is, but it's just like humans, just their eyes are one of the first things to go. But basically, you just need to get some glasses, like the little 1 degree glasses. Like, they're pretty cheap. We could buy some for you or whatever. They're really cheap. They're easy to get, and they help a lot with just keeping your eyes relaxed and stuff. But anyways, you could have other problems. Always good to get your eyes checked out for sure, because there's lots of problems that can happen with the eyes. But I had so many problems with my eyes, and I went to the doctor, and like, your eyes are fine, you're just getting old. And I was like, oh, great. Anyways, keep going, Lucy.
Yeah, that is all.
Is that okay? Martins.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be giving the session 5.7. Honestly, it's a lot. 7.5, not 5.7, 7.5, sorry. Honestly, the session
Time to pause.
was great.
Please stop.
Despite
Close
the fact
your
that
eyes.
it was a long
Count. 1, 2,
session,
3, 4, 5.
I see
Open
the
your
session
eyes.
as being an opportunity to know more about the co-op, about SFC, Unity, Trust Model, and getting to understand more about the organization itself and how they are planning to project themselves to the global audience, and I look forward into contributing into this particular mission. Apart from that, I want to prioritize my work, my client work, in order to be tagged as an efficient worker. And one of the things I want to consider bills. I want to consider revenue generation too, and if possible, multi-level. But before I do that, I would also like to set up a session with Lucy, even if it has to do with me putting up a statement that I will not be paid for that particular session. I want to learn about taxes. I want to learn about vote forms, basically those things. I look up to doing that.
Great. Yeah, so Lucy, if you want to schedule with Martins for the voting form, that's fine. Also, Martins, you can schedule since it looks like it looks to me that Nicholas is just not around. So if you want to schedule, for example, Phoenix for the Old World session, you can work everyday Phoenix and do your Phoenix world. Basically now, you and for whatever reason, Nicholas wasn't able to schedule, and now he's not around at all. So you could try to send him a last message to be like, hey, I'm going to schedule Phoenix unless you object to it. So, you could just send out a proposal, or not a proposal, but you could just send out a message to the co-op and be like, okay, I am going to schedule my work continuity group for Phoenix every single day unless someone objects to it. And then if Lucy's available during Phoenix, you can get paid for your Phoenix session since that is your daily session. Okay? But yeah, as long as no one objects to the time, then we can just move forward with it. Again, your responsibility is making sure it gets scheduled. Otherwise, we need to focus on recruitment. But right now, we're doing neither. We're neither doing recruitment nor scheduling. So I would just say just schedule for whatever time you're available, since Nicholas is not here anymore. And that was the main issue, that you and Nicholas couldn't get agreement. So if Nicholas isn't here and you want to work, then what Nicholas wants is irrelevant. All that matters is what you want.
Please stop, stand up, and stretch and move around for 30 seconds.
I want to ask, how is it possible? On my pop, I said 3 days for, I think, Old World, and 2 days for New World thereabout. So that means is it possible for me to combine the two words together? So
it's irrelevant. It's like your budget is approved for 7 days a week for New World and Old World. So it's up to you can do up to 21 hours a week. Okay? So that means that you have to choose an Old World session and stick to it every single day. You can always change it if you want to, but you do need to stick to an Old World session and make that happen. And then in relationship to New World, it's fine. So if you schedule for your time budget to do 5 days a week, that's fine. But if you do 7 days, you still can do the 7 days. You're approved for the full 7 days. We have the buffer, and Nicholas isn't even working, so there's plenty of money to pay you, right? So everybody's always approved for work continuity group up to 7 days a week automatically. And then we have the buffer, and we have the time budget. So in your time budget, you put 2 to 3 days a week. That's fine, but that's just your time budget. So you can always work more than your time budget as long as other people aren't taking up all the value, right? So I don't think that's happening. So there should be plenty of value available in the budget stuff. Okay? So you can work as much as you want is the bottom line. Does that make sense? And even if you do work outside of your upfront octants, you can still complete work and still get paid for the completed work, and you automatically get tokens and everything too. So it's not like you're not getting anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I like this arrangement. I like this arrangement, working with girl, at least for now, until I have my pen and my foot on the ground. Everybody.
And thinking about the policies, we did break a couple policies here. So I would give myself 1 hour policy training for not doing a statement after 1.5 hours. So we're required to do a statement after 1.5 hours. And we ended the octant after 3 hours. So we should have done 2 statements, but either way, we're outside of the octant. Either way, it doesn't matter because we went over an hour and a half. But we're basically at 5 hours now. But we're done. Well, actually, we're at 4.75 hours. But we're now at 15.
Time to pause. Please stop. Close your eyes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open your eyes.
Okay, I think that's it. Any other last questions for me?
No.
All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. You take care. Bye. Thanks so much. Good work.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye bye.